Happy New Year. Happy 2022, everybody. I can't imagine I'm the first one to wish you a Happy New Year, but maybe the first one to come from YouTube. Huh. I did not create an event. Hey, Blake. Happy New Year, man. Must be up. You're either still up or up very early again. All right. Still up 12:30 a.m. Oh, it's not 12:30 a.m. Oh, the next year on the 2nd, right? January 2nd. Hey, BK Dan. Happy New Year. I am like not prepared today at all. I don't know why. I've had these days off, and you'd think I would come up with some topics. My camera is obviously shooting too high, too. Shouldn't be hard for 2022 to be better than 2021 or 20. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. You would think so. You would think so. It's such a weird tradition. It's a ritual, right? The planet going around the sun one time. We see it as this, I don't know, hope for a better trip again around the sun. Get some interesting rituals. Most are usually religiously based, right? But not New Year's. New Year's, everybody can get around usually, right? No matter where you are, what culture you come from. I guess the only difference is if you don't follow the regular calendar, the 365-day calendar. Like, right, the Chinese New Year's a big one, right? It's a different one. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's a January one, isn't it? I think for them. Later January, of course. Hofzinser, happy 2022. What aspect of running games do you want to work on this year? Oof, that's a good question. I'm going to file that one. Let me snip that one. Thanks for the bait. Take it. I got a little bit of a new setup. I got a new toy, new camera. So it's in a different angle, and then I have a new monitor. So I'm running. What I used to run was 2 monitors. Now I'm running a single monitor. It's hard to get used to, and it's not an ultra wide. So with that, if I had 2 monitors, I could just put things where I want, snap them to the corners. With one, I have to kind of be a little bit more strategic. And I got to get used to where do I want things when I stream and when and how. I've got a snap tool that helps put things in place. I feel a little bit of a fish out of water right now just because of that. My comfort level seems a little out of whack. Check this out if you really want. Here. Should I stream like this? Anyways. Why did you drop to 1? I don't know. I'm an idiot. I got a big one, and I figured I don't think I have enough room for 2 big ones. So thanks, BK. I'll get the camera figured out. Right now it's on like a really, really cheap, less than $20 tripod, which is not the way to go. So I'll probably get a better tripod, and then I could put the tripod probably off of the table. Right now it's even sitting on my desk, so I can't actually lower the camera any further. I could probably notch it down a bit, but the head's got a weird, it's not a smooth lock. It's got these clicks. So if I click it down, it like snaps down, and it might go too far. Not that you guys care, but anyways. 2020, well, let's look back. I mean, the year, right? It's the new year. That's a big deal, I guess, right? We can reflect on 2021 and what occurred good, right? Positive things that happened in 2021. Feel free to share, whether it's in role-playing games or not. I think it's good to share good stuff that went on, because I think we really have a habit of dwelling on really crappy stuff. The crappy stuff gets the attention. Isn't that weird? Not always, but, you know, and I'm guilty, right? Bad game masters, poorly written books. So I gotta be a positive force. Oh man, I got screws on here. I gotta up this a little bit. I stand behind it a little bit better in 2022, I think. It's hard sometimes, right? Because you don't want to sugarcoat. You don't want to be not address things that don't have issues. What's up, Hobbs? I see you in the audience over on Discord. Morning, buddy. So we look at 2021, and then you look at 2022. Usually the big thing from the role-playing game space is, what did you play in 2021? And what do you want to play in 2022? It could be the same, right? I want to continue playing, OSC. I want to continue playing whatever. Or it's, I bought this game, I haven't had a chance to play it, I want to get this to the table. And we've kind of gone over that in the last week on some of the games. Some of the lists are out there on Twitter or even our Discord or forums. Like, what didn't you get to play in 2021 that you got to play in 2022? It's more than Hobbs made it over to YouTube chat. Lots of interesting games. I don't know if we happen to have. Well, here's Twitter. It's a little weird because Twitter can be propagated in a strange way. It can be propagated. So when you see something that comes up in your stream, is what I'm saying, on Twitter, it could be because you follow a person. It could be because a person's following a person and they happen to tweet and like something, and so it shows up in your stream. I say this because when I pose the question of what game have you that you're doing your damnedest to play in 2022 that you didn't in 2021, I think I could count on one hand. And I got a lot of responses. What do we get on that? Let me see if I can even bring it up. I think I want to say it was over 30, but it could have been significantly less. I don't even know. My perception's off. But I think it's relevant. There was only like 3 3 responses that said D&D 5th edition. So the reason I bring up why that, who is it on Twitter that brings these things up or responds? You could say, well, we have a lot of people that are or have played 5th edition but are no longer interested in it. Or we have a lot of people that are interested in third party, or not third party, but other publishers and games outside of the big behemoth. So it's hard to, and a lot of the people that responded, a good amount, weren't necessarily following the podcast Twitter account. So they had to have seen our update propagated through comments and things of that nature. A friend of a friend, I guess, so to speak. Which I thought was interesting. A lot. So I don't know. I haven't been tweeting a whole ton. Let me see if I can find it in a. Here it is. No, that's not it. That's Chris Sims. He had 93. Let's see. Bear with me. I'm close to it. Here we go. 96. Okay, so I was way off. And that's not going to work. Oh, I see what the problem is. I gotta add an app here. All right, so yeah, like I really, yeah. So you could see as I get this set up in place, it's a little clunky. I'm gonna probably have to crop this again somehow. Anyways, we'll see. So we had 90 some replies to this thing. 90, which is crazy. At least my experience. I'm not a big influencer in that regard. And very few D&D 5th edition. A lot of different games. And some quite a bit like off the radar in my experience. Like I had, what? Huh? Tell me more about this. Oh, you got to go over to this place and check it out. But you could see some of the some that were kind of, you know, not a surprise. Some of the ones that were deriving out of, Free League Publishing. You know, at least maybe one game here or there. I mean, comparatively speaking, there were people that mentioned more than one game. And the ones that did, a lot of those referenced a lot from Free League, whether it be Forbidden Lands, Merkborg, The One Ring, things of that nature. Lovecraft-esque by Kevin. But, you know, some pretty extensive amount of games. So we could look back and see. That's always a big question. Like, what are you going to do? I really got to get this thing squared away somehow. My browser. Some will say, well, I'm gonna run more games, or I'm gonna play more games, which is always good, and can be mutually exclusive. BK Dan's all D&D, sure. That and Palladium. Wow. It's awesome. So awesome. So of course, you know, my list of that is pretty known. Cold Shadows, Twilight 2000, maybe Symbaroum, maybe Tales from the Loop. There's another one in there. Can't remember. Shoot. Blake says last year had many games fail due to players changing plans at short notice, work, family, health issues. Yeah. Real life stuff, right? Yeah. One thing I think I might do today is to create a site for Forbidden Lands to walk through some of the random tables. Maybe you guys can help me with that. I'm going to see if I can pull this off. I don't remember if they have all the tables in in Foundry. If they don't, I'll have to whip out my books. And of course, yeah, I gotta just figure out how to do this. And how I can kind of switch this back and forth. Because before I would just capture the other monitor. That's the problem. So I'm having to readjust here. So here's my setup for Forbidden Lands. I'm not going to go into a ton of details here. What are your hopes for upcoming settings in various systems for 2022? BK Dan asks. Upcoming settings. They are all in Foundry. Thanks, Third Floor. He changed his account to Third Floor Wars. Craig. Morning, Jim. It's not going to work here. Let me just get. So for settings, that's a tough one. Because whenever I think of settings, no matter how wrong or right this is, I always tend to come to D&D 5th edition or D&D in general because there's so many settings to it, right? The old school, I mean, how many settings did they have? Does anybody know how many total settings they have? It's a pretty crazy amount. D&D settings. List of D&D settings. People always know we've got our favorites, right? Here's a list. Wikipedia. Let's probably tell us, right? Holy cow. Birthright, Blackmore. Council of Worms, Dark Sun, Diablo. Dragonfist, Dragonlance, Eberron, Xandria, Forgotten Realms. Then under Forgotten Realms, you have all those ones. El-Qadim, Arcane Age, The Horde, Kartur, Ghostwalk, Greyhawk, Jackandor, or is it Yakandor? I don't know. Kingdoms of Kalamar, Lankmar. Yeah, Magic the Gathering ones like Ravnica, Theros, Strixhaven. I didn't know Strixhaven was Magic. There you go. I learned something new today. Stara, Mahasarpa. Nentir Vale, Pelennor, Planescape, Ravenloft, Rokugan, Spelljammer. Did I know Spelljammer? I guess Spelljammer. I always, I think in the back of my brain, I always thought Spelljammer was its own game. But it's not, right? It's a setting. Warcraft, D&D in space. Wilderlands of High Fantasy. Yeah. I played in very few of these, unless it was like a like a default part of a module or something. So settings wise, I don't know. I don't know if I have one that I'm not in the, like, well, let me rephrase that. So the D&D space came out with the setting I kind of wanted, which was the Eberron setting. So, I guess I'm kind of content with that. What Wizards of the Coast going to come out with? I don't know. I mean, even Monty Cook is trying to get in on the game by doing Planescape on their own, different title, probably a similar premise over at Monty Cook Games. And I think Monty was pretty instrumental in Planescape, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Doesn't even list. Doesn't list the authors of each. Well, Tracy and Laura Hickman based off the Ravenloft, but Planescape, it doesn't say anything about who the driving force of that was. Starjammer? Best, yeah, that could have been. Blake Ryan says Cold Shadows going 70s with PLO, Red Army, etc., or more CIA versus KGB. Good question, Blake. I would, off the top of my head, the scenario that I'm kind of thinking of would probably be more, is it GRO? Right? Is that the GRO for East Berlin? I think. And then probably a combination of CIA and MI6. Maybe a partnership, partner operation. And then, of course, probably KGB would be in that loop somewhere. BK Dance, personally, I'm still for possibility Spelljammer. I can't. Good. I'll say that. Good. I was never a fan of D&D in space. I'm like that person who doesn't like their peas touching their mashed potatoes or their turkey touching their peas. That's the kind of guy I am when it comes to, if I run an espionage. I mean, that's not always true though, because I'll look at. I mean, I got Night's Black Agents, right? Espionage with vampires, to some degree. One would even say it's really not even espionage, right? It's more kind of conspiracy, I guess. So I do dabble in the cross genre kind of thing at times, but it's not. If I play fantasy, it's got to be fantasy. Like even if somebody tries to put in some wacky computer in a fantasy world, like a spaceship or something. I know there's one that's out there. A couple, actually. I mean, I'll go with it. I don't know if I'd want to do a long-term campaign, but who knows? Planescape was primarily Zeb Cook. Oh, okay. I could be wrong. I thought Monty was on one of the core books, and I could be wrong. Zeb did quite a bit in second edition. Stasi, yeah. It was Zeb Cook, Jim. He's just reaches over to his shelf. Zeb Cook. Yeah, to each their own. Sure, absolutely. So I don't know if I have necessarily a favorite setting or one that I'm hoping that would be released. I mean, there are some new ones that I haven't delved in. Numenera is one that's been big. I haven't delved into. I have a lot of PDFs. I think it's one where if you can, I mean, Monty does have the 5th edition. Symbaroum is will be out for 5th edition. A lot of ports to 5th edition, which is great and fine. I guess, I do have one. BK Dan. The one I'm waiting on that is the big one for setting is Midnight. That's the big one if I could get for. And I have a majority of the books for Midnight, the 2nd edition core book, and then I have a lot of the supplement kind of adventures, and some of are based on region within the Midnight setting. And I still have those. I kept those. So I did quite a bit of a purge, and I didn't get rid of any of the Midnight stuff. And Edge Studios, which is the spin-off of Fantasy Flight Games role-playing game division, is coming out with Midnight 5th edition. I don't know where things are. I don't know if they're a Kickstarter type group or not for RPGs. I don't think they are, really. I don't remember them doing like Genesis or any supplements on Kickstarter. I think they just, we're an RPG group and we're gonna create it. We're gonna do a print run, and if it sells out, great, and we'll do another one. They don't put out a lot of updates, so I don't know where things are at, which is kind of unfortunate. I wish there were more, like, even Wizards tends to have the Arcana, right? They kind of throw stuff out there. Usually that's kind of tied to a product they're working on, or will be some point. But, Edge has kind of been working in a vacuum as it relates to Midnight, kind of. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see. I'm trying to I'll move myself up out of this corner. So Midnight would be my answer. And so somebody would say, well, why in Midnight? I always liked the premise of the campaign. And if you're not familiar with it, it was originally done by Fantasy Flight Games way back. They're in the 3.5 game. Actually, 3.0. Started out with 3.0, the D20 license, OGL. Then 3.5 came out. Then they updated some of the stuff for 3.5 and came out with 2nd edition, Midnight. I think they also rolled the player's guide into that book. So I think the 2nd edition Midnight is a little bit thicker than the first book. And the premise is that Isildur, who is the big bad evil guy, was cast out of, I don't know what plane, the plane the gods are on, and thrown down on the prime material plane, essentially. There's a thing called the Veil, which prevents him from leaving that area. Well, there is a rumor that if he garners enough magic, that he'll be able to bust free of this kind of like prime material plane prison. So it is essentially pitched, if you will, as the Lord of the Rings if Sauron won. So the neat dynamic, and there's Against the Dark Masters kind of one. There's the One Ring that, even though that's more Tolkien and not necessarily the evil guy won. He's got three big bads that he's corrupted over time, and they're pretty bad and evil. One, I think, was an elven prince or elven royalty. Another one was, I don't know, maybe a human guy or something. But they're kind of, I picture them as kind of the ring race kind of role. So magic is very rare, and if you have magic, they have, I think, legates, and legates are kind of like the clerics of this evil Isildur. I can't remember if I pronounced his name right. But legates are bad news. Like, they wander around, repping the bad guy and making sure there's no uprisings or people stowing magic items away. And I thought there were dogs that they use that sniff magic. And you don't want to run into one of these guys. There's an actual short film on YouTube. Somebody produced it. I think it was officially a kind of an official film, short film. I don't even know if it's 10 minutes. It's pretty good though. If you can find it, like Midnight RPG movie YouTube. I think it'll get you there. And And I see no updates on this. Unknown armies. Midnight. Let's read more on Midnight. Yeah, coming soon. Midnight Legacy of Darkness. That's it. So the races are pretty typical. Like you have, if I remember correctly, I think there are gnomes, elves, dwarves, half elves. I don't know if they're halflings. Kind of standard races, but each one has a role within the Midnight setting. Like I think the gnomes, they play a role on both sides of the fence. So they play, they'll cater and pander to the evil guy side, and then they'll pander to the good guy side. I don't know if it's necessarily a point of light campaign, but there is a component of, having to go from town to town, and everything in between can be a little bit dangerous. And there's an underlying movement to not only live in this, I guess, crappy world that's put into place before the non-player characters are the citizens of the world. And there's some history and some human-based factions, if you will. So that appeals to me. And it's going to be built for 5th edition, which is surprising to me because I thought for sure it would be like a Genesis setting, which I'm glad it's kind of not. I like Genesis. It's an interesting system. I have heard from folks, I think even Craig interviewed Jay Little from Third Floor Wars. Craig from Third Floor Wars interviewed Jay Little, and he mentioned where he appreciated using Genesis system for Star Wars, but maybe not for some other games. And I'm kind of on that fence too. It's just me, right? Because there's like a Genesis role-playing game podcast where they talk about all kinds of stuff Genesis based. So definitely don't want to pee in their cereal. It's just a personal preference. So if you haven't gotten the memo, I haven't been playing any 5th edition. The only 5th edition I played in 2021 was one shot done by Brett, Streets of Avalon. I mean, he could have ran it in AD&D. As a matter of fact, for BSRCon, he's running one in 5th edition and one Streets of Avalon game in AD&D or Osric. So I'm waiting for Midnight. I don't know how long that's going to be. It could be another year for all I know. But that would be the big one and then I would play 5th edition. I'd whip out 5th edition for that game, and somebody would say, well, why would you play 5th edition for that particular game using that setting and not something else? I would do it for Eberron if I wanted to play it. Right now, I'm not interested in playing Eberron or 5th edition. And then when Midnight comes out, I would probably cross the streams. One reason being is I think that 5th edition, in my eyes, how it's run and played with the people I've played and run it with, is not the style of game that I'm wanting to play at this moment in time. When Midnight comes out, some of that goes away. So what do you mean, Sean? Well, there is a longing to get better, badder, tougher, more kick-asser. Leveling up is a big deal. Experience points is a big deal. Great, that's fine. There's a lot of fantasy games that rely on those things. But for me, it's not. And the premise is you play heroes. Okay, that's the big one. You're heroes. It's like you start out as heroes, and that just statement alone is something that I have not been overly interested in pursuing. Like, I don't mind. I mean, the heroes can struggle, but the connotation just puts it at a level where I'd rather them like expand and grow and struggle and face death and all that other stuff, which you can do with any 5th edition game. But I don't like, there's just a weird connotation with the word heroes right out of the box, right out of the gate. your first level and you're a hero. There are certain power things that, wizards get. They get cantrips. They can never run out of spells. So they can have 2 or 3 cantrips at the beginning of the game, and they can cast those at will. In some people's worlds, that makes complete sense. I'm also not of the AD&D side where, wizards or magic users in that world could stub their toe and kill themselves. They got 2 HP and no constitution. So I think there's a balance that needs to be kind of met. And D&D sometimes doesn't always have that throughout, right? So maybe fighters are tougher in the beginning and then they become weaker, and then the magic creep comes into play, and then magic users become more powerful and can nuke lots, cover a lot of ground. I probably need a therapy session to even just kind of understand why of those preferences for me. Regardless, if I run Midnight or Eberron, it's probably a setting for heroes out of the gate. Fine, you're different, you're heroes, you're here to kind of kick ass, take names. I'm okay with that. I'd be fine. They kind of match to me, right? It's when Dark Sun is, I think, pretty gritty and probably not. A lot of people love Dark Sun, right? Run around with some crude weaponry. And it's like probably a more survival role-playing game. I haven't played Dark Sun, so I'm kind of talking out of my ass right now. But it's a different type of game. And it's D&D, and it's tied to a setting. It's just not, and that would be one that would be interesting, I guess, to me, because it's a little different than what I would consider the traditional approach. Sometimes when somebody explains things like, hey, I really like Eberron, or I don't like Dark Sun. If you put those things and compare and contrast, you can just go, oh, I got it. I kind of understand why, just by saying those two things, because they're quite a bit different, right? But they're still kind of D&D. How do I get on this? Setting. BK was talking about the setting, I think. Like, what setting are you kind of interested in coming? So that would be my answer. I don't know how clear that answer is, but I think you might be grabbing what I'm putting down, hopefully. Wayne says, the setting I'm waiting for is Dalamwood for OSE. Yeah, so Dalamwood for OSE. Or Dolmen Wood is by Necrotic Gnome. Oh, excuse me. My goodness. By Gavin Norman. That download here. This is probably just a teaser. It looks like it just is a teaser because it says the complete Dolmen Wood setting will be published as a 3-book set packed in with fairy tale magic and eerie folk horror. Seems to be also a kind of thing going on, right? Especially with products like Basin. Folk horror, fairy tale magic, those things. So there are products that you can get that are set, I think, in Dolmenwood. But this is, I didn't know he was going to do like a whole setting, or that it wasn't already. Gavin's done some really good work. If you haven't picked up Old School Essentials and you want to play old school games, it's probably a must-have to have on the shelf. If you like the BX kind of approach, the organization is fantastic. Also, it has a great SRD. And is equally organized. if you don't have the books are in these colors, right? When you go into the content pages, they've got this kind of, what is that? I don't know what kind of green, sea green, loam, color loam. Is that loam? I don't know. I think everything you need to play Old School's Essentials is from the SRD. I think you can pretty much use this whole thing and make it all work. If I'm not mistaken, we use it as a reference quite a bit when playing in Hobbs's games when he'd run OSE. Excuse me. So Dolmenwood, there's a vote for Dolmenwood. BK Dan, yeah, only Purge I've done for RPG books. Sold my second printing Deities and Demigods with Cthulhu Mythos for a pretty penny. Yeah. Victor says, hey, Victor, sneaking in there. Though not D&D, Mistborn is the evil guy one setting mixed in with a heist noir setting. Oh, interesting. Mistborn, if you haven't heard of that one, that's by Crafty Games, right? Which has been around, and it's based on the books by Brandon Sanderson. I've not read any of Brandon's stuff. But Crafty went all in on this, I was kind of disappointed because they kind of let Spycraft and they went all in on Mistborn. That and Fantasy Shoot. What is the one other game they did? Mistborn. No, I thought they did another one that was about Fantasy Craft. Which is funny, they don't have it listed here. Role-playing games, maybe here. Little Wizard. Here it is, Fantasy Craft. Has anybody played Fantasy Craft? Kind of delved into that. I mean, they got a good amount of stuff here. 3, 6, 12, 15, 18 supplements. 16. God, PC Gen, man. That thing is still around. You guys ever use PC Gen? That's like OG VTT. Not even VTT. It's just, that thing is, can't believe it's still around. But anyways, Crafty went in on Fantasy Craft and Mistborn. And I was just, I'm a Spycraft guy, so I'm hoping they're doing Spycraft now, 3rd edition. I don't know how Alex is he's gonna run 3 games at GaryCon in March. And I don't know where it is in development. And they have made it pretty clear. They're kind of like they have a similar outlook like Arc Dream when they do Delta Green. We're going to put it out when it's ready. And we're not going to put out a date to hit. So it could be 2022. I have a distinct feeling. I'd have to, one way I could look at it is look at the Mistborn and Fantasy Craft games and see how they are put together and see if they're going to have any influences in if any of that's going to maybe roll over into the Spycraft 3rd edition. I don't know. What are you going to do? So Victor says, he continues, my choice for D&D setting would be Dark Sun, hands down. Yeah. Why? Victor, just out of curiosity. Is it for the obvious? It's like this. That's why I like the feel of the setting. And Third Floor says, I'm with you, Sean. Love the narrative dice, but I couldn't get into Genesis. Love it for Star Wars, though. I'm finding myself looking at generic system less and less. Yeah, that's a tricky thing, right? That's why I think, if you are a GURPS fan, good on you. But I don't know personally. I've played GURPS, not a ton. I played some GURPS. A buddy of mine ran a GURPS game. We played French Foreign Legion members of the French Foreign Legion in Africa, probably I don't remember if it was the 50s or the 30s. Pretty big difference. Can't remember. Maybe the 30s. And there was a little X-Files tinge to it. Some weird kind of creatures running around. Little maybe Call of Cthulhu touches. So I think with a game that you're trying to maybe do a little bit of a mashup where you're like, well, I could maybe run it using something that is native that way, maybe Call of Cthulhu. But then you got to have Call of Cthulhu. It's so associated with the mythos. You know, a buddy of mine, Steve, was looking to run kind of a Lost, right? Kind of based off the TV show Lost. You know, and I think I mentioned him before. He's a graphic designer. So he's kind of like Carl Kiesler. If you don't know who Carl is, he's a graphic designer. And when you're a graphic designer and you can whip up like airplane tickets in 15 minutes on a computer, I mean, and they look like you could go to your airport and take this and be a boarding pass and pass for official. It's pretty cool stuff. So they can make some really cool props is what I'm saying. And Steve was doing a Lost game. He used the Fantasy Flight Games End of World. Well, they're not Fantasy Flight Games anymore, I don't think. I think it's Edge now. But the End of World RPG, which I think I unloaded. And he used this system to facilitate that. The reason I bring it up is because we're talking about, like Craig mentions and alludes to, generic systems. Savage World's a big generic system. So I wonder if you took Savage Worlds and GURPS, who has the bigger following? Because they're probably the big kahunas. Oh, is that even right to say? I don't know. They're the big generic systems on the block, I would say. Is there anything else I'm missing? I don't know. Genesis is generic. I don't know if it's close to even having either one. I'd be surprised Genesis has more than Savage Worlds alone. So going back to the French Foreign Legion thing, if you're going to play a modern game and you're not really sure how to mash it all up, then something like Savage Worlds or maybe GURPS even could help. And I think if it's like more modern. Yes, in GURPS you could play fantasy. But it always seems like I could be wrong. Like I'm kind of, again, talking out of my butt. But say you have a power in GURPS, and that power you use in modern or fantasy, and it produces a fireball. So in fantasy, we would call it fireball, but in modern, we'd call it, I don't know, pyrotechnic or whatever. Telekinesis, pyrotechnics, I don't know. So in the game mechanics, it's the same. It's not decoupled, right? I don't know. So I think what's Craig's saying is like playing a game where a system and the setting is kind of one end of the same. You know, you could say like Forbidden Lands and the Year Zero engine has been kind of massaged and chipped away, formed so that it could fit in and facilitate a survival hex crawl, which I think does fairly well. Twilight, same example, Twilight 2000, it's a survival game as well, but now it's military, got a military bend, end of time, not end of times, but you know, war-torn Europe. So the leap for Year Zero engine, since they already have it for Forbidden Lands, even Mutant Year Zero is not very large. And so they're able to, again, adapt that system to the setting. I don't know when you take GURPS and you're starting to like, okay, GURPS can pull off transhumanism, fantasy, cyberpunk, horror, science fiction. And I say science fiction outside of transhumanism, and maybe espionage, and then throw in maybe like chopsaki, feng shui, action kind of games, things like that. I don't know. It's the advantages. Some would say, look, I could buy this one game and I could play anything I want. Hey, yeah, absolutely. It's almost it's a toolbox game. It may be able to do a lot of different games okay. Sean's words, Sean's thoughts, Sean's opinion. May be able to do a lot of games okay, but maybe doesn't do one game really, really awesome. I don't know. Or it does, and then the rest of the genre that it caters to, maybe not so much. So maybe in GURPS, it's like, hey, you want to play a modern day game, modern day, 20th century, 21st century, and you just want to make up a guy, a tune. People love how I use characters as tunes. Tunes. You want to make a tune, and then maybe you have maybe a certain power. Maybe it's Heroes, like Heroes, the NBC TV series. They're kind of like, I want to play a superhero game, but I don't want my player characters to think it's a superhero game. So I'm going to start sliding these like powers in. So it starts off as just a modern 21st century game, blah. So maybe GURPS shines in that space. I don't know. In the list of preferences goes on, right? Continues on. Blake says Dark Sun is too close for home for me. 1, it's hot. 2, autocrats with no accountability. Victor says my online group is doing Burning Wheel with the Eberron setting. I like it better because the default assumption is that you aren't heroes out of the gate in Burning Wheel. It fits the noir gritty setting feel. That is interesting, Victor, because I would have never picked Burning Wheel for Eberron. I just wouldn't have. But hey, man, if it is working for them and those are the reasons, then great. One of the it's kind of I don't see Eberron as gritty, and I do see it as noir, but I don't see it as gritty. But yes, I mean, I guess I could. I find it as like, heroes swinging from, hundreds of feet in the air, shimmying down and dropping down onto a lightning rayo, and kind of high octane, lots of different factions kind of vying for something. It's the Indiana Jones and Belloc showing up. Like Belloc, like, hey, there's nothing you possess that I cannot own, and he just takes it right out of his hand. So with me, and Christian Serrano will say, Eberron was born for Savage Worlds. Fast, furious, fun. There's a pulp component to Savage Worlds, of course. And that's how I see kind of Eberron. So when I think of it with 5th edition, that's where my brain goes and says, yeah, I'd run Eberron with 5th edition characters. They want to go around being Joe or Jane kick-ass. Okay, fine. This is kind of the world that I would accept. It is interesting with Burning Wheel, though. But hey, I like that. It's an interesting mashup. Kind of cool. I like it. Riddell K, happy 2022 to you. What I've read in Wormskin is great. Gavin stopped making those scenes, didn't he? But will continue in Dolmenwood? I don't know. So what Riddell's talking about is Gavin put out a zine, Wormskin. I think I don't have any. I've seen it online. Doesn't he have a compilation of those too? Like you can get maybe through Exalted Funeral, maybe? I don't know. Because they're pretty tight at the hip now, but oh, excuse me. Need more caffeine. was up too late last night watching the big ball drop. No, not really. In the Kelly house, it was nothing like it was just another normal night. Sorry to disappoint you if you felt that the fast lane started here. It certainly does not. PC Gen was excellent back then. All right, I'll take your word for it, Victor. I don't know if I ever installed it or got it to work. Victor says the Mistborn rules would really work for Spycraft. There's a lot of partial success in how the dice work. Interesting. I have not run into very many people that know much about Mistborn, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Victor. Dark Sun, much more survival-based and magic, is dangerous and hated from what I remember, isn't it? Do not know. Hey, Zweefer. Morning. Morning to you. Happy 2022. Happy New Year. Blake says, doesn't Savage Worlds system has a medium-high level of heroism built in due to hit points and staging up dice? Yeah, I would probably think so to some degree. Sure. Yeah, I don't think... I definitely would put it on the same type of grittiness scale as, an AD&D or BX by any means. The big thing for Savage Worlds... is the exploding dice, and that can, some people will limit the amount of aces, right? So that's what they call it in the game. When you ace a die, which means if you roll the highest on a trait roll on a particular die, it explodes. So if it's a D6 die and you roll a 6, you can roll it again until it stops rolling a 6, and then you add them all up. If you get somebody that runs into the big bad evil guy and they just have a hell of a roll and they just keep rolling 6s, they could just annihilate things really quickly. Done, finished. So it is a very, how do you say it? It's got a lot of kinetic, right? There's a potential of a huge amount of kinetic energy being released in Savage Worlds. I don't know if it's ever been phrased like that, but I think that sums it up fairly well. So you go along and everything's kind of cool, and it's very much a, make your trait roll, and a wild die accompanies that, and you take the best result of the 2 dice. And if it explodes, super fantastic. You may add a modifier or 2 based on the situation. Modifiers are usually pretty low. And maybe you already know all this, but nonetheless, I'm walking myself through it. And yeah, I am going to be running Savage Worlds for BSRCon. Forget about it. I've been putting it into Foundry. I got to reread some of the rules, kind of like using Suede. So kind of a forget about it scenario was originally published for the Explorers version, right? Savage World Explorers edition, which was the edition prior to what's out now. And it was fantastic. I think it was like, a 5-page PDF, and it came with pre-gen characters. I mean, literally pay $2 or whatever, and you take this thing and can run it at a con. I like the layout. I like the premise. I like what it offered. And it's been kind of a staple for me at conventions. Eric and the folks at Just Use Your Imagination, or is it Just Your Imagination? They did an updated version of it. So when you buy the version on drive-thru, you get both. You get the old one and the new one. And they've changed the new one quite a bit. So in the original, you got 5 pre-generated characters. They were all male. Because for whatever choice, right? Mobsters. Sean, but women can be mobsters too. Yes. They were all mobsters, all male, and each one had a secret tying to the other. And then, there was some encounters that were kind of like, hey, you can inject this now, inject this, here are some of the things you can use as they travel down the road. And great. When I got the new one, it was like there's 5 different archetypes, kind of. And so the gender's not there. You would literally hand it to somebody and then they could fill in the name, the gender. And they're based on like the cleaner, the hitter, so it's kind of like putting them in a container, which is great. In the original, it wasn't like that. So I was going to port the old one to the new one to be like, to have the new one be more like the old one. And I just shit canned it and decided I'm going to run it as the old one. But I don't know how the rules have changed from Explorer's Edition to Adventurer's Edition. I don't think a lot has. I think at the core, there's probably some skills that got ousted and rolled into edges. Streetwise is one of them. So if the core mechanics are still, target number is 4 when you're shooting a missile weapon. And when you're not, it's based off your strength against their parry, so counter rolls. And you still have the cards flipping for initiative and all that stuff. If all that's like kind of the same, like combat's the same, they put in interludes that you can use. So you flip cards and depending on the suit, there is a corresponding interlude. Interlude is just a social thing. And in this, and forget about it, it's, the interlude's going to be, you remember a time where a job didn't go very well and a certain person was with you. What was that all about? Why didn't it go well and who was the person? So if you have an interlude during the game, then that person can kind of talk about it as a tale, right? So some of those are kind of cool. I'll bring those into the game. I don't know why I'm getting on the Savage Worlds kick, but I don't do a lot of Savage Worlds rolling. And I think it goes back to like the GURPS thing, right? If you're going to run fantasy or you're going to run modern espionage, action, horror, would you use a generic system to do everything you want? And the Savage Worlds fans are going to be, yeah, why not, man? It's like Christian Serrano is a very, he's like, dude, I don't want to learn any other system. So if I can just know this system and be a master of it, I could play anything I want. I don't have to go out and buy any more books other than like the companions that I need for Savage Worlds, which would be like the fantasy companion, the horror companion, whatever, sci-fi companion. Once he has those and it's done, it's got everything he needs. So I can understand it. I just don't know that I would have a real fun time going from running, forget about it, to playing or running, I don't know, a Cthulhu type game using Savage Worlds. Horror. Sometimes I like to have that kind of, have my peas, put my turkey in there and mash them all together and just eat it all at once. Because sometimes if you don't like peas, it's a good way to eat it. Taste the peas that much. Mix it all together. Other big generics, Fate and Cortex. Yeah. 2 that I am like ignorant beyond belief. I own Cortex. I got to read it. Fate, I owned it. I think I got rid of it. Shocker, we don't have a lot of Fate people in our community. Harrigan's he's a Fate guy, but I think he also, he's not. How do I put this? He appreciates Fate. He likes Fate, but he also like keeps it in his back pocket where he's not going around saying, "Hey, you're doing it wrong. If you just played Fate, it would work for you, right? Hey, I think if you just explored Fate, or hey, Fate does that part really, really well, blah, right?" So you get champions of a particular system that goes around and promotes it. I don't think he's he doesn't do that, or he keeps it kind of reeled in. And I know we've had people probably play Fate, but I don't know if we've got the big evangelist, is what I'm saying, of Fate. Like Ghost, I don't know if he's on here, but Ghost on the Discord, he's a big Cortex guy. So I would tap him for Cortex questions and insight. So yes, Wayne, there are for sure. Thank you very much. And those are obviously much more. They're newer, right? Like Fate Fate could be based on Fudge, and Fudge goes back to this, and it's kind of origins from Spirit of the Century. Sure, of course, yes, it has some kind of an origin story. But let's face it, Fate wasn't around when GURPS 3rd edition was around, right? Savage Worlds has been around longer for sure. Maybe Deadlands, because it has the origins of Deadlands. But nonetheless, those are good points. Like they're more modern as in they've come out more recently, and then maybe addressed some of the things that I have concerns with more generic systems. I think generic systems like Fate, Cortex, Genesis to probably some degree, hell, even GURPS. Again, I think they allow you to do your own game that may not be out there or may not, like Carl Kiesler runs like Ghostbusters meets Goonies. He's a big Savage Worlds fan. He can make that happen in a Savage Worlds game. He can use certain powers, blah, 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 and he can kind of pick and choose and bring them into a game. So I think, like I said, I think a lot of those systems shine when you're trying to pull off something, maybe something specific, which is kind of hypocritical of me, right? Like the irony is not lost on me because I talk about, well, I'm more of a fan of, Forbidden Lands, because Forbidden Lands is a fantasy survival game. And I like the mechanics that facilitate the gear and the mishaps. And it's, a lot of player facing die rolls, blah, 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 blah. So I like the connection there. And then I turn around and say, well, I'm not a big fan of generic systems because they may not do something specific really well. But then I also say, well, if I ran a Ghostbusters game, I would totally make it out of Savage Worlds because I don't own West End Games Ghostbusters. And frankly, just because I own West End Games Ghostbusters doesn't mean I find that to be the best system to facilitate a Ghostbusters game. I don't know. Maybe I need to get to cons where people are, I went to Gary Con and Hans, oh my God, what's Hans's last name? Hans, I'm killing myself here. Hans, what is your name? Anyone doesn't come up right away? He's on like one of my followers. Anyways, we had him on our show. Sorry, Hans. Anyways, Hans he's a big Fallout fan, and he ran Fallout Fate Accelerated. And it was the first exposure I had to any Fallout RPG. I hadn't played the video games. I think I started playing Fallout, the video game, a few months before, but didn't get very far. And first exposure in any Fate-based game. And it was fun, interesting, different, for sure. And I think that's like going to Fate from some of these other games can be quite a leap. In how we think. Aspects, invoking, compelling, right? Maybe I need to get some more Fate. Sean, you need some more Fate in your life. Fair. Yeah. Victor says DS is also step down one in materials. Common sword of stone, not steel, armor, hides, and Chitin, not steel. He's talking about Dark Sun. Dark Sun sonics are also a thing. Unlike magic, they don't blight the land. Eberron is post-war noir with spies and politics everywhere. Yeah, man, totally. That's what I like about it. Wormskin is the first iteration of Dalmanwin. So Eberron and what Victor mentions is what I appreciate it for, right? Like if I were to say we're going to run an Eberron game and the players are like, can we go out and buy all the Eberron books and read them and pick the factions? Like I would go, sure, man, go for it. Like I don't care. Read all about it. Read about the relationships. Read about all the different factions and groups. Fine, no problem. There are other role-playing games, fantasy-based, that I would say, please don't. Like, I don't want you to know everything about the setting. In Eberron, I wouldn't care because, I like Eberron, and people may agree or disagree with me on this, but for me, Eberron is like modern world with a broad stroke of fantasy. Bold statement? Maybe. I don't know. So you can do things that you would do in a modern game putting it in an Eberron setting. But Sean, you could do that for a lot of other games like D&D, like Forgotten Realms, blah, blah. Yes, you can. No, I never said you couldn't. It's just that I would think with the amount of factions and the noir and the pulp and the like kind of what the spies and politics, it's post-war. And it's, if you start off the default setting, it's like 2 years after a 100-year war. There's things that you can leverage and put into play that isn't that far from modern day. Like you've got refugees that are in place. There are there's the alignment systems played down a huge amount. As a matter of fact, I think I don't think I ever heard Keith mention it, Keith Baker, but my gut tells me if he could have got rid of alignment out of this system, he would have. It's taken kind of out of the game, even though there's alignments. So there are NPCs in the Eberron setting that have an alignment, but they're there because I think they're part of D&D, honestly. And they're not to be, it's kind of like, I have to read it. I think there's a statement about alignment in Eberron core book, original 3.5 core book, to the extent of saying, let the actions of the NPCs dictate kind of what their alignment is. Like if they're bad guys, then base it upon their deeds that they're doing or their the adversarial component and what they're trying to do and their motivations and morals and things of that nature, rather than just putting like, hey, he's chaotic evil. Hey, he's neutral evil. Hey, he's lawful evil. Oh, the best thing I think D&D ever did. Oh boy, this is going to be bold. This is all going to be video. People are going to just use snippets and they're going to hate me for it, but I don't care. One of the things I think, one of the better things that were taken out was like detect evil. Like if I'm playing OSC, man, put that all in with the bathwater. Fine. It's part of the game. I don't have a problem with that. Detect evil, protection from evil. Fine. Nothing like a paladin walking into a room and automatically getting his, spidey senses off in a bundle. And as soon as the NPC talks to him, he already knows the motivations and he's got to kill him because he's chaotic evil or neutral evil. There's gray areas in Eberron. That's the cool thing. You got to make those gray areas. Part of me wants to run an Eberron game because I think it would be easier to prep. Like there's just so many things. You could make the party members of a particular faction. You could bring them together from different parts and components and then say, well, this is kind of what you're running into. Beef up the action. it would be a completely opposite game that I would run for midnight or maybe even a Ravenloft or a Curse of Strahd game. I would want it where it would be maybe tough to kill him. Maybe I would just say, look, you cannot die in this game unless you as the player choose that's the case. That might be a little strong, but my reasoning is similar to what Star Wars provides. And that is, if the players know that their mortality or the lethality of the game is not, it's not high, right? It's not OSE, then they play differently. And if they play differently, they're going to do different things. They're going to probably take more risks. And if they take more risks, then they're going to freaking jump off of moving vehicles, swing from those high cables. That's some of the stuff that I would want to see. So I think with game mastering, I'm all over the place. Shocker, right? My New Year resolution to continue to be all over the place. One of the things I think as a game master, when we talk about a particular game, whether we're going to run D&D and Eberron and 5th edition or Savage Worlds or Cortex or Fate or whatever, OSE, if you want to facilitate a particular style of play, I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't want to say, well, the rules dictate play. And you got to pick the right game to play. So, the tweet that got, I was like, I get it. And then Brett and I are like, again, kind of butting heads on, was, does D&D facilitate a good horror game? James Introcaso says, D&D may not be the best game to play horror. That can be true. The same statement can also be true. In both of these can both be true. That one, and you can play D&D as a horror game and have a blast and have fun. Those two statements can be true at the same time. Yes, he's absolutely right. For almost any game, right? But do we think about, hey, I don't understand, I don't understand why my players turtle, right? They don't do anything, or everything is cautiously done. Well, it's probably because the last time they approached a door and touched it, their drummer blew up, right? Spinal Tap reference. So if you don't want that to happen, I had Star Wars, I've brought this up before. There was Joe Swick in our game, and it was a pickup game. When a lot of people hadn't played with each other before. It was a one shot, and it was like, hey, you're being pursued on by speeder bikes, stormtroopers on speeder bikes, scout troopers, whatever. And they're coming, and you're on this skid loader flying back to town to get to the ship before they can capture you. So they're, bike come up, and comes alongside of him, and he's like, I don't know, should I jump down on top of him? What if I miss? And I'm like, dude, it's Star Wars, do the crazy. Because if he misses if he misses jumping on the speeder bike, what's he going to do? What's the worst thing that Sean can have happen? Well, he might take a little damage. I'm probably not going to kill him, but he'll probably have like his head stuck in the sand or a mound of dirt, and be left behind, and somebody's got to go back and pick him up. Maybe the guys get to the end of the city, get to the ship, take the ship off, and then go and pick him up, just like the droids in the desert, right? From Jabba's palace. Yeah, great. Like, yeah, man. Embrace it, take it, run with it. But if you're going to die and everything's got to be tiptoed upon, then it's for a particular reason. And why is that happening? Well, it's because either the rules you're putting into place in front of the players, or it's the setting or the style or whatever, what you want to put to it, the nuances. So think about that when you're going to go, well, I'm running this OSE game and these guys don't do anything. Maybe they're scared to death to do anything, because if they do, they're going to stub their toe and take a point of damage and their wizard's going to be killed. So how do you handle that? Start them at a higher level, give them more to work with. Did it make death saves? You can always have death saves in old school stuff, believe it or not. But anyways, that's going through my brain. Wayne says, worm skin in Dolmenwood, but the new version is a revision and expansion of the material. You can see an alpha version of the material by subscribing to Gavin's Patreon Kickstarter in the first half of the year. Okay, good to know. So a lot of Dolmenwood. Yeah, he's got to probably do some good work there. The only reason it'll be successful Kickstarter. I just don't know if how big a following. It could go gangbusters. We'll find out how much OSR love is out there when that gets kicked off. Because if it goes and explodes, that's the crowd, right? Hey, Joe, morning. There he is. Speak of the devil. Got to crash. Happy New Year. Take care. Thanks, Blake. See you later, buddy. Thanks for joining. All the best in 2022. Rodelic, I agree about Eberron. In most games, I want the mystery of the world to unfold. In Eberron, I'd rather have characters know what's going on and be embedded, especially with all the faction play. For sure, man. Yeah, here, go read the player's handbook. Go nuts. Yeah. Burning Wheel beliefs work great as a replacement for alignments. Ooh, interesting. See, I got rid of my Burning Wheel, man. Anyways. Laramie. Hey, Laramie. One of our mods. What's up, buddy? Happy 2022, man. Most every system can do most any genre. Some systems are organized for certain things. I agree. I personally think World of Darkness is not good for combat. It has combat, but it's not great at it. Sure. Joe says, Joe Swick, as a longtime Vampire the Masquerade player, I agree with Laramie. Gabe Dabbing. I know that was run twice. Was I in the game with Joe or another? It feels so long ago now. Yeah, Gabe, I don't remember. It might have been with Joe. Can't remember. I ran it 2 or 3 times with 4 players each, probably. So, talking like 12 different players. I can't remember who was in what group. Might have been. Victor, Star Wars tropes. Live them up in game. That game should be over the top. Oh, for sure, man. It is hard to die in Star Wars, and frankly, it should be. How many character deaths occurred in Star Wars? Not a ton. Even Boba Fett didn't die. Hello. You guys watch the Book of Boba Fett yet? No spoilers in the chat, please. Laramie, yeah, it doesn't make Vampire a shitty game. It makes Vampire not a great choice, in my opinion, for combat-focused players. Frequently me. Victor, Dolmenwood is going to do as well as Mothership did. Wow, that's bold. That's bold. Is it? Is it? Victor says, yeah. I don't know. I might be willing to put a beer on that. Victor? I would say no. We should have an over-under. So as well as Mothership, what did they do? Mothership did what? A mil? What did Mothership do for Kickstarter? I don't even remember. We'll even say now. I think, what does it say once it's done? Yeah, it should, right? 1.4 mil. 1.4 mil of $20,000. Can you imagine? What do you think we should put down? I don't know, $20,000? Okay, sounds good. Holy shit. I think they blew that out in the first 5 minutes of the campaign, didn't they? 15,000 backers. That's the thing right there, man. You know, can they get the 15,000 backers? Should be able to, maybe. I don't know. We could analyze the RPG hobby. Sometimes is just, I want to become a data scientist. It would be only for RPGs, like only for the RPG hobby, like demographics, rules, settings, you know, on and on and on. And then, you know, you get these subcultures, you've got these cliques, just analyzing the shit out of all of them. Like how, and the reason I bring this up is I would be interested to find out how many people are fans of Mothership that consider themselves aligned with like OSR games. And how many of those just know Mothership as Mothership and not really relate it to OSR, right? We could say, yeah, its roots are from OSR. Sean's kind of philosophy, the design, the mechanics, it's really kind of embracing some of those OSR tropes, not even tropes, maybe pillars. I don't know. And then how, you know, because some are like, what's OSR? You know, they'll even play like BX and go, well, I don't understand. What is OSR? They may not even know what OSR is. And then there's the debate of what actual OSR is. But I wonder, 1.4 mil for Dolmenwood? Oof. As my wife would say, oof, you are oof. I'd have to put a 6-pack down on that, Victor. I don't know. That's a lot. Now, of course, we'd have to also consider like, what is going to be the pledge level, right? Is it going to be similar? Because if it's less and they get the same amount of backers, I would tell you that you would win. You would win that bet, regardless if it came in under 1.4 mil, just because the level is lower in dollar amount. But so maybe we say, does Dolmenwood get 15,000 backers? That, I don't know, maybe. Oh. I don't know. Let me know if you want to go in on that, Victor. Third Floor Wars be good. Sean and all BSers catch you next week. See ya. Craig is probably having to go run off to do a stream or a pod. That guy is an animal. Make sure you go and follow his podcast, subscribe to it, and his YouTube channel. And his Twitch. Like, Craig is doing all kinds of stuff. I'd be interested to pick his brain on what he's going to be doing in 2022, if it's going to be kind of business as usual for him. Because he's doing 3 different games, maybe streaming, and he's doing interview shows. And yeah, that guy's a nutball. Lehrman, he replaced his burning wheel with leaky tire. Ba-doom, boom. Leaky tire. Lucas, cheers from Nebraska. Happy New Year's in Nebraska. Remember Harrigan and Salzwedel in the Star Wars game I played in. Oh, were they in that game together? Oh, geez. Original OSE Kickstarter did 160 pounds, 160,000 pounds. Really? Yeah, that's not. So, okay, I mean, if the OSE Kickstarter, which is here's the deal. All the men and women that probably looked at it said, well, I already have BX, why do I need OSE? The question with OSE is the Kickstarter did 160K, but what did it do after that is my guess. Because I think in that case, it was probably like, I don't need that. I'm going to hold off. Don't get it on the Kickstarter. Then it got released, got a bunch of major buzz, and then everybody wanted it. Like, oh, it's really cool. It's really laid out well. It's clear, concise. You know, great if you like BX. Keep your BX, games. That's fine. But you should probably have OSE on the shelf. Because I know it was out of print for a while. I tried to get on it and I think I had to wait. So I don't know, man. Dolmenwood for More than OSC itself? Maybe. Is it bigger than OSC itself? We'll see. We can talk about it, Victor. You want to take up a bet? Laramie says, should I know what Dolmenwood is? Laramie, it is Gavin Norman's default setting for OSC. His own setting for OSC. And he's released a couple books. I think even Diogo did a book for it, but I don't know if he set it in Dolmenwood. It was also part of a lot of the zines that Gavin produced. Can't remember the zine. It's up in the chat that he produced. So it's a little bit of the fairy tale, whatever thing we were mentioning earlier, piece. So yeah, I don't know if Laramie, it would be something I guess Laramie is, for folks that don't know Laramie, he's a moderator in our Discord and forums, and he's a big Hackmaster guy, amongst other things. I know he plays other games, but I know Hackmaster is kind of his staple. We all have our own staple, I think. He does Castles and Crusades too, don't you, Laramie? I think. For a beer, sure. There's so much tamped down enthusiasm for Dolmenwood. It's going to explode when the Kickstarter goes live. All right, man. We'll do like a 6-pack or something. I don't know how well that goes. Like, I don't know if you could. Maybe it's I like this 6-pack, and instead of sending it through the mail, this is what it costs, and I'll wire you the money to buy it. We'll go down on something. So we got to have is it going to outperform Mothership? And if it outperforms Mothership, are we going by backers or money or both? Because I think there's quite a bit difference, and I want to make sure the goalposts don't move. Victor. Verdelic, I'm a big fan of Mandalorian. I'll just say I hope Boba Fett picks up as it moves forward. That actress in Boba is incredible, though. I cannot believe she's 58. Yeah, Ming-Na Wen. Man, there was something that popped up in my news stream that said she was going to be around. There's like this, I guess it's like a autograph signing site that just, you go there and they just facilitate celebrity autograph signing stuff. They did Robert Downey Jr. She is on there for one event, and they went through her background of her kind of, she starred in this and this and that. And she was, an agent in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Dude, I remember when she was on ER. Like, she was a major character on ER. And ER was a show a long time ago and was like Emmy after Emmy after Emmy every freaking season, except maybe the later years. But she got there and was a major character. Like, I thought that's kind of what kicked her off her acting career, I thought, but it wasn't even listed. So they must just go back like the last, 10 years or something. But yeah, she's fantastic. And 58, like, hey man, look, I don't want to put, there's something to be said about people taking care of themselves and looking good and all that stuff. And sometimes it can come off as quite shallow, but for 58, man, yeah, she looks fantastic. She looks like she's in great shape. And predicting her age I would never predict 58. Gives me hope. I think that's what it does. Like, wow, I hope I look like that, or I am half as good a shape as she is at 50, 58. Yeah, so Laramie says, just read the blurb. Sounds awesome, yeah. So I see a lot of people recommend OSC on Reddit RPG channel. Glad it has so much traction. I actually have an appreciation for it. I just haven't run much of it. Played in it. Like, Hobbs has run it for us. We just kept getting killed all the time. His cousin Hawk was in that campaign. And he must have lost 7 guys, 7 tunes. He just could not survive. So we had to move it to a different game, which is kind of crazy. Aquatic Gnome has 735 Patreon backers. All right. That's a start. Victor's trying to hedge. He's hedging. That's what he's doing. That's all right, Victor. Hey man, you get all the insight you want. You let me know. I'll go. Again, the only thing I'm referencing is with Mothership. Like, will it do as well? Because that was the statement, right? Will it do? It'll be bigger than Mothership. I don't think it will. I think it's too niche. You'll get the fanatics. You'll get the people that are like, hey, this is great. You know, you'll get, hey, Laramie, check this out. And Laramie like, ooh, I'm going to go in on that. But I think it's going to come up way shorter of Mothership. Wayne, original OSE, 2,979 backers. Advanced OSE, 3,693 backers. Man, that is a far cry from 15,000. Because you got to consider many of those advanced OSE backers probably are the original or ones that missed the original. Like me, I think I missed the original OSE. I bought it after the fact from Exalted. And I think it's because I read about OSE or I heard about it on a podcast. Like, I think maybe Gavin was on a podcast talking about it or something. I don't remember. I don't remember how I tripped across it. Could have been Hobbs. Yeah, OSE got more popular after the Kickstarter. Totally, for sure. So, having said that, those numbers could be doubled. Still going to come up short. Because I can't imagine. Does he sell Dolmenwood for $59 US? I don't know. $60 book? If he stays true to the format, it's going to be a smaller book, right? It's going to be digest size. A5. I don't even know what the hell size it is. Is it A5 because Gavin's in England? I don't know. He's not going to put out an 8.5 by 11. I would love to see Victor get that beer. Yeah, Victor gets the beer. He's the great prognosticator. Redelic, it may have evolved. I haven't played the new adventures, but Wormskin, Dolmenwood stuff, I was super dark fairy tale type stuff. Definitely has its own flavor. I can't see everyone liking it. Yeah. It's niche, man. It is. It's kind of got the Vaesen horror, like it's the fairy tale. Oh God, when did I lost my pages in history, but I was going to bring up the phrases we were using. Anyways, Victor says OSE is often hard to get. It also now has several covers, just like DCC, and people buy extra copies just for the covers. Dolmenwood will have a lot to offer, even if you do not play in the setting. A book of BX monsters, a book of adventures, etc., says Wayne. Yeah, I don't know if I'll get out on it. I haven't played OSE. But Sean, you don't need OSE to run Dolmenwood. No, I guess not, but it's kind of the deal, right? Jeremy says, year currently Castles and Crusades on the Isle of Dread using Fantasy Grounds and Discord. That's what he's playing. Cool. Gotta wake up and work again tonight. Cheers all. See you, Laramie. Thanks, buddy. Have a great 2022. Ming Wen, yes. Ming was also in a Friends spinoff called The Single Guy. Jeez. Yeah, she's done some good work. She's got a good acting career. I was kind of surprised to have her show up in The Mandalorian, honestly. And then I didn't think she was going to be around for long. Dolmenwood is planned to be a couple books at least. So yeah, it could be $60. Being that niche might be the one thing that bites me. I think it might be the only thing that bites you, honestly. Because I do think it's a great product. I think that's the consensus, right? I think it's a great product. I just don't know if I would appreciate it. I don't know if I appreciate it like everybody else would. Hence, I'm not going to go in on it. Boom. Redelic, I have an appreciation for the layout design of OSE. It's like good history teacher. All the information has been around, but they just explain it so well. Oh, for sure. For sure. Like, I think if you own BX, you gotta kind of own it, OSE. Like, you don't have to, but. I don't know. Oh, excuse me. My basement's still cold. I got like the baseboard heat up, and it's still not warm in here. Usually it gets pretty warm. It takes longer than usual. Jim, there was a lot of. I already had BX. Why do I need OSE during and right after the Kickstarter? I don't hear that as much now. Yeah, for sure. I think it's proved itself after the Kickstarter. People were talking about it like, oh, this is great. This is fantastic. Like, it's not just some guy regurgitating the same crap with just different art or a different cover. Gavin did a really good job. I mean, some of those pages, like one page, boom, that's what fighter is. Cleric, boom, one page. It's clean layout. It is. Isn't that crazy? Now, I'm not taking anything away from Gavin and the amount of work that he had in front of him and trying to organize it all. But it's surprising to me that you can take a game and kind of polish it up by just laying it out correctly, putting in a good index, rewording things that it makes sense, and you can put it out on Kickstarter and make some money. I still think Victor's going to come up short. $1.4 million for Dolmenwood? No way, man. No way. No freaking way. Dude, I'm going to get me some good beer. Like real good beer. Maybe that dragon snout milk, dragon milk stout, whatever. I'm going to maybe get some top shelf stuff maybe. Start off my 2022, my probably later half of 2022, because I'm guessing Dolmenwood's probably going to be out Q2 as far as Kickstarter goes. Yeah, Pace Setter Games did a BX remastered Kickstarter on the same time, and I don't think too many people are still into that one. Gavin needs to work for Free League. Is Free League that bad? It is kind of. Like, they could use some work, I think, for sure. In some of their stuff. That would be a good combination. For sure, I think. Yeah. The problem with Free League, I could see happening, is they get too stuck in their own heads, right? So they just keep doing the same. Like, okay, you get Blade Runner, and it's similar to Twilight 2000, which is similar to this, which is similar to that. And it's, then it's like some of the things that could have been done maybe differently or better don't, because they're just modeling after prior products and not really. I don't think Free League is as susceptible to this as maybe some other publishers. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I would hope to think that when they're doing a game, they're looking at it as a completely like, okay, we did all these, but there's still some intrinsic like prejudice, right? Prejudice? Is that the game? No. Yeah, I guess, right? Biases, intrinsic biases. That's probably what the word I'm looking for. Not prejudices. Intrinsic biases. So even if they don't think that they're leaning on some of the former games, like even layout or approaches or rules, it's still there, right? Because that's kind of what they're coming from. So I don't know. Dragon's Milk is awesome stuff. Lucas, yeah. Tell him, Lucas. Shit's not cheap either. Yeah, Free League books could use a little touch up. They're not terrible. Like Shadowrun, Fifth Ed, my experience, needed quite a bit of help. I think Star Trek 2D20, Modiphius. I think there was even a debate. Gabe, you're on here. I know you were lurking in the weeds. Gabe's a Conan 2D20 fan, and he likes the game and he likes the mechanics. But I think there is some things, some baggage that we were talking about from just Modiphius and putting out material and maybe not making it it's not making it good. It's just, are they really focused in on how to make it really, really great? And that could be a multitude of things. OSE raised about 10 times as much as the Pace Setter campaign. Wow. I never even heard of the Pace Setter campaign. Forbidden Lands book makes me think Swedes have never put anything in alphabetical order before. Kid, because I love. Yeah, I don't know. 16 bucks for a 4-pack of Dragon's Milk in Nebraska. Yeah, that's, I mean, $4 a single. And you buy it in a store, you know, you go to a frickin' restaurant, it'll probably cost you like, what is that? Probably a $6 beer, at least. And you're probably not even getting in a full pint. Probably a small one. One of them small little crafty looking beer glasses. Too smooth. Going on. I'm going to deep the beer. Coming to Detroit, we'll hit the brewery. Yeah, man. Brewed in Detroit. Detroit! There's Gabe. Modiphius wins the award, in my opinion, of pretty poor quality in game organization and articulation. And there you go. That's... and Gabe, I will put more weight into that with Gabe because he does Conan 2D20 and has, I think you have like the whole library, don't you, Gabe? So I had Star Trek. I think I gave it up. I think I still have the GM screen that I need to give up. I have a lot of PDFs, so I'm not worried about playing it someday because I got it on some Humble Bundles and stuff, and everything. But that's too bad because they got some pretty good properties too. With Modiphius, I think you're back at the setting versus rules topic. Yeah. Oh, you're getting them confused with another brewery, I think. Dragon's Milk. I thought they're in Michigan, though, right? You get it delivered. I thought there was a weird thing with like delivering beer through the mail. Yeah, Holland, Michigan. New Holland. Grand Rapids. Does Modiphius produce any original settings or are they all licensed? Ooh, good question. For 2D20. Isn't it from... It's the Mutant game, right? The Mutant game. It's not Mutant Year Zero. It's geez, man. I thought that's kind of their flagship. That's where 2D20 came out of, right? Mutant Chronicles. Everybody's gonna be like, Mutant Chronicles! You know, Mutant Chronicles, I think, was theirs, and then the rest are, I think most of them are licensed. But Conan, obviously, Dishonored, obviously, Dune, Fallout, John Carter, Star Trek, all licensed. Infinity, don't know about Infinity. Is Infinity like a video game I'm not aware of, or? 520 page book. Oof. Oof. Ooh. Oh, Mutant Chronicles is a license too. Okay. I didn't know that. I think they're all licensed. Huh. What's Homeworld? Oh, interesting. Homeworld. You guys are gonna love this. Just did a quick glance here. Homeworld Revelations will give fans of the original Homeworld game. Okay, so there was an original game that the exciting opportunity to view the universe from a new perspective, taking on the role of the crew aboard one of the Cushion Fleet's ships, whether it's joining the mothership on its odyssey or helping reestablish the Higarin homeworld. There will be endless adventures. Odivius has employed Mark Cyrulus, one of the original writers of Homeworld, to consult on the setting and lore along with Homeworld experts at Gearbox Software LLC and Blackbird Interactive. Yeah, so that's licensed, right? Yeah. They had it all be, right? Devil's Run. Well, Devil's Run. I don't know. I don't know much about Devil's Run. Could be. The back of the cover would probably tell me. Wordforge Games, Red Scar, Savage Worlds. Huh. Interesting. I don't know. So maybe Devil's Run, but that's not even, I don't know. It sounds like everything is licensed. Like Gabe mentioned. I don't know. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I don't know. Infinity may be original. Yeah, it could be. Let's see. Doesn't show the back of the book. Doesn't reference any third party. And this person did a review and doesn't mention any, like, it mimics the core books, the novels really well, or the video game. So maybe Infinity is their own. Some beefy books though, man. This one's like 520 pages. No jokes. Those are 2D20. Then you've got these other ones. And I think a lot of it's just they're distributing, right? Mason, Vampire, Mark Borg, yeah, Cimarron. Yeah, good times. Yeah, good times. Got it. Mutant Chronicles licensed. Got it. Has been around since early 90s. I think they licensed that one. I think Fantasy Flight had MCFU. Oh, okay. Homeworld is a licensed video game. Did they do Achtung Cthulhu? They did. They did Achtung. Yeah. So that one's probably not licensed, but it's Cthulhu. So it's based on somebody else's IP, I would say, right? That we can say. Or somebody else's creation. I don't know if it's necessarily IP anymore. I don't know if somebody get money for Cthulhu. They shouldn't be. I don't know. Maybe there's some weird, wacky Mickey Mouse bullshit involved with that. Devil's Run appears to be distributed by Modifius. Rodell, speaking of video games, did anyone ever make a Borderlands or Assassin's Creed tabletop RPG? I'm surprised those haven't been attempted yet. I don't know, Rodell. And you know, God, there was a good. I thought there was a good interview. Was it Jim that did it? From Tabletop Talk, whatever was his name, Jim. The guy who was pretty cool for a while until he like stiffed a bunch of people on his Kickstarter. Who I think he's trying to get out the door again. I can't remember his name. But he did some really good interviews, and I thought there was one where somebody was talking about the advantages and disadvantages of doing and working with licensed material. Yeah, Modifius and Freely got me confused for a while because I thought they were one or the other was offering the products on their site. I think it was Modifius. So I'd go to Modifius. Maybe that's what it was. Free League did Tales from the Loop, and it was sold by Modifius. So I thought, like, so is it just a partnership, or it became clear as Free League kind of got their, bigger and started doing more material that I realized, Modifius tends to do some distribution for them in some way, shape, or form. I'm like, why? One's 2D20, but one's... And then you get the Mutant Chronicles and Mutant Year Zero, and I was like, what? 2 Mutants games, huh? What, huh? Are they the same, Sean? Huh? Joe, see you later, buddy. Happy 22, man. Makes me wonder if the Avatar Airbender game will come out and fizzle. James Malashevsky. I met James. Good guy. Sean, were you thinking of the Far West Kickstarter? Far West Kickstarter. For what? For what? What was I thinking about it for? For Gareth did that? I didn't even know Gareth did that. Skarka. I wasn't. But now that you bring it up, are you referring to one of the examples I brought up? Probably. I guess that one that's getting warmed over again. I don't know. Don't know. I don't know any. I don't know much about Far West. It was not something I was referencing directly, necessarily. I'm guessing you're referring to something I mentioned, like the wushu being in a particular game system. I don't know. One of my examples. No, nothing specific. No. Nope. Yeah, Avatar Airbender. Who would get in on that? What's an update? I'd be interested. I didn't get in on it. I guess I could pay $1 and get the updates, but does anybody know what the release date? Because so once, I mean, how many are they going to put out? February. That's not far away. February 2022. And then how many people are going to buy it? You know, can they get major distributorship on that? I mean, like, hey, it's on Target. You know, the shelves at Target or Walmart. I don't know. Ryan Costello from No Direction. I thought I heard, I'd have to pull it up. I gotta imagine it's on their YouTube channel. I thought I heard like they were streaming one night and I tuned in and somebody previously, so Ryan Costello, Canadian, was doing a podcast on Pathfinder for a long time. Like No Direction's been around. Like I had like 5 RPG podcasts in my catcher at one time. And this was back in the day. And Ryan's was one of them. When Pathfinder was at its pinnacle, Ryan was like in my opinion, the flagship Pathfinder podcast. Had access to a lot of the staff, Pathfinder, PaizoCon and whatnot. Jefferson J. Thacker, Perrin is on there. I remember when he joined. I hadn't kept up with him because Pathfinder's not my jam, but he's leaving his podcast that he actually created. And I think it's going to continue. He's just not going to be involved in hosting it or being a host on it. He's a huge G.I. Joe nut. And I thought I heard that he was going to be working on that. He's either doing another podcast or he's doing it on the system that G.I. Joe is going to be using. That's G.I. Joe, Marvel, I think Marvel, right? It's the, I can't remember the damn rule system. G.I. Joe RPG system. It's from Renegade Studios. So I'd have to look back because I'm like, did he just say he was working for them or is he just going to be working on these games? Or maybe he's doing another podcast and it's only going to be on the system that these games are based off of to include the G.I. Joe because he is a huge G.I. Joe fan. And it's based on the whatever system. Power Rangers, maybe is going to be in there. But anyways, role-playing game deluxe core pre-order. Where is the system? They don't talk about the system. It's driving me crazy. Transformers pre-order. Like, so 2022, we talk about like what games are you looking forward to? I mean, these are some pretty nerdy properties that some RPGers might want to get in on, right? Oh, it doesn't say what it is. Help a brother out. Shoot. I think Forbeck is probably heavily involved. I know he's working for Marvel. But they're not the same, right? Marvel, they don't have this license, right? Renegade's not putting out Marvel. So I might be crossing my streams here a second. Marvel RPG. Marvel to launch Marvel Multiverse. Yeah, that's going to be a whole different ballgame, right? What's that going to look like? And when are they doing that? introductory playtest rulebook that will put the Marvel Universe in the hands of the Marvel RPG fans coming next year. And this article was posted June of 2021. Matt Forbeck, yeah. So I think I'm talking about two different things. Marvel, G.I. Joe, Transformers. Shoot, I can't remember the game system that G.I. Joe is going to use. But anyways, I brought it up because, I don't know, Ryan's a podcaster, and G.I. Joe and Transformers and whatever else can be by Renegade Studios. And Eddie Webb is working on the Transformers game. If you don't know who Eddie is, he's been around a while. And he did Pugmire. It's like his flagship game, his own. I think he owns all the rights to it. And he's working on it. He's not any slouch when it comes to role-playing games. So, yeah. And this is the, what is it, the 66 system or 606, right? Something, 6, it's got a 6 in it, maybe twice. Can't remember. Yes. Yeah. And these guys aren't going to kickstart, right? They're just going to print it and put it out there. Now, with Marvel, some of this is really interesting. Some of these, like, happenings in the industry are really going to, think about 2022 and what might be coming. Not even 2022, maybe 2023, 2024. Marvel, they're not going to a third party. This isn't Margaret Weis Productions. This isn't Free League Publishing. Marvel is putting out their own role-playing game. And they got the Forbeck involved. Matt's written D616. That's what it is. D616, right at the top. D616. Because you roll a D616 die for your results. But it's the reason I bring this up is because, Marvel, Disney, they've got some pull in where this gets put. They may be able to put this on shelves that D&D isn't put on. And then you get Renegade Studios that's putting out Transformers and G.I. Joe. I don't know if either one of those. Okay, I'm just going to put some things out there. Generation X. Demographically, small. We're small. I've brought this up before, waves of destruction, because we don't have any buying power, because we're just a small group. A lot of these, specifically like, maybe not Marvel, because they've come out of their own since the comics, right? Their movies have exploded, so it's gotten into other generations and the younger kids, the millennials, Gen Y, Gen Z, whatever you want to call them, right? And they're big. Like, that group was bigger than the boomers. That's the people you want buying your shit. The problem is they don't have disposable income yet. Now they're starting to get into that. Millennials are, right? They're, my nephew's age, he just turned 26, 25, 26. He's got, he's out of college. He's got a couple jobs. He's making ends meet. He can probably spend a little bit of money. Might take them a little longer before they get to the disposable income, maybe weeded. I don't know. I guess it just depends on how they view the workforce and all the workplace and all this. I've heard, not to get into like analyzing the different generations, but they just may be seeking other things out in life than we did. And that's okay. But how does that play a role in our hobby and purchasing products? And what products they purchase, like Airbender, Avatar, that's not me. That came out way after me. Like, people are like, "Oh, Avatar is great, Sean. You never watched it?" No, I've never seen it. I know of it, and I know that there are fans across the board, like people that love Avatar. I mean, their Kickstarter is evidence of that. Like, blew up. Magpie Games, man, boom. I don't know. I'd be interested to understand how they got that license. Like, who knows who and how did they choose Magpie? And, I don't know what that looks like, the connections there. But we start, hey, take care, Jim. Have a good new year. Marvel is this generation's Star Wars. They had said that of Harry Potter, too. J.K. Rowling probably hasn't done a lot to help that cause recently. That could have been a whole different ballgame. Like, I think J.K., I don't know, man. Some people grew up and then they looked at J.K. and some of the things she has to say, and they're probably like, you know what? I used to be a Harry Potter fan, but, I'm older and screw J.K. Rowling. I don't know. Going to Marvel, maybe it's huge. It's, I have to say, some of their younger crowd, are they reading comics? They probably got to comics via the movies, right? We got into the movies because of the comics, so to speak, like chicken and the egg. The reason I bring this up is we talk about intellectual property, and a lot of people jump on that because they know that you don't have to like market it. It markets itself, right? That's the beauty of it. The only downfall of that is you got to work with Marvel. You got to work with Star Wars and Lucasfilms. You got to deal with what they dictate, and your hands are probably a little, there's much more accountability when dealing with a licensed property so that the owners know you don't ruin it or portray it in a light that's going to be damaging to it. So they got a lot at stake dealing with, Marvel doing it themselves. Let's get Matt Forbeck, who's run a lot of, he's a big comic book guy, I think. He did Marvel. I think he was involved with was he original Marvel Phaser? No, I don't think so. I don't know. Regardless, Matt's wrote a lot of books and he's been in RPGs for a long time, and he was brought in house. So like, it's not Matt's company doing it, Forbeck Games got the license for Marvel, and now he's got to work with Marvel, and he's going to put out the next Marvel game, and it's going to be licensed. Like, who's going to lose the license? Nobody. Like, Marvel owns it. They're going to put it out. Does that mean they're going to put out a different game every 2-3 years, every year? I don't know. They can, I guess. They got a lot of money. But you look at D&D, you look at the Marvel Universe, you look at companies like Free League Publishing, and even some of the other IPs that other companies have kind of in their hands right now. Edge has Star Wars. That's Star Wars. I mean, I wonder how long Fantasy Flight Games, Edge Studios, Asmodee has owned Star Wars versus Wizards of the Coast versus West End Games. I got to think that Fantasy Flight Games probably has owned it longer, maybe? I don't know. I'd have to look up some dates. Wizards of the Coast started it with D20, probably around the 3.0 days, right? It was the OGL. They just took D&D, painted some Star Wars on it, and released it. Had all the skills, had the same abilities, the D20 system, saves, blah, blah, blah. And then they went out of that, and they did a version 2 of it. Probably to update it. It was like Star Wars Revised Edition. Probably to get it more in line with 3.5. Tweak some of the things that weren't working from the original. And then they went to Saga Edition. And then after Saga, that was it. And there was a gap. So it is an interesting space because we witnessed 4th edition and how it went from 3.0. Like, so, I mean, it's fascinating, right? TSR, Gary, Arneson, they go to court, whatever. TSR goes huge amount of growth, like 300% year over year. Back in the day, read like Of Dice and Men if you wanted some insight into that. Couldn't manage it. Gary gets kicked out of his own company. D&D is in a lot of trouble. TSR is in a lot of trouble. And who is going to buy them? Legend of the Five Rings? AEG? It wasn't Wizards at first. Ryan Dancy did an interview with Fear the Boot, and Ryan was very instrumental in making this all happen. Like, he was involved, like, found out how dire straits TSR was in. And then I think he went to somebody and then finally got Peter Atkinson, who was overseeing a company called Wizards of the Coast that had a game called Magic the Gathering. And then they expressed interest in buying it and they pulled it over. And then it was the D20 boom, right? OGL. And it became big and they brought it back. And it's been up and up and up and up ever since. 4th edition, though, huge amount of backlash from the existing community, although there are plenty of people that loved 4th edition. It is said that Pathfinder outsold 4th edition, but Chris Sims was like, no. He put out, oh man, he kind of put a lot of that rumor to bed, where it was like, yeah, it didn't do as well as previous editions, but it still grew and still did a huge amount of sales. So he was kind of like, hey, I want to put the rumors to rest that 4th edition bombed. It didn't really bomb in their eyes on the Wizards side. You guys are awesome doing all this work for me. Thanks, buddies. So I'll get to the chat in a second, but I just look at the dynamics of the hobby and you're like, D&D's got a lot. I mean, they're at the top, right? They're at the top of the mountain. And when you're at the top, there's only one way to go. Having said that, there's also something in marketing where being number 2 is awesome because your expectations don't have to be held to number 1. You just have to be in the rear view mirror of number 1. And you could probably do things that number 1 can't do or whatever, right? They have more to lose when you're number 1. So Marvel has, like, what do they got? No skin in this game. And G.I. Joe and Transformers are going to be using the same system. If you think about the cartoons, they're probably written the scripts are probably all the same, just changing the characters and all that, right? There's a formula, I would say, to some of those. Hell, even Transformers and G.I. Joe might have been produced by the same place, right? I don't know. They were owned by the same company, right? They're both same IP owner, right? I don't know. So my point is that the hobby could, and with the change from going from fifth edition to a new edition, already kind of like, hey, we're going to be doing this and it might be 2024 that we're targeting it. The landscape of RPGs could change quite dramatically. Like, because this is the first time any of the fifth edition players that came into the hobby via fifth edition is now faced with a conundrum of, do you keep playing fifth edition, which you can, there's nothing saying you can't, or do you buy the new edition, right? Or do you play something completely different? They're kind of they're coming to this fork in the road, and it is going to be like, it's not there yet, but it's coming. They're going to have to make a decision. And they could do both, right? You can't, hey, Sean, that's not really fair. They can still play D&D 5th edition. They can play this. I mean, we play all, different games. Yes, that's true. But how does that impact the overall revenue generation and, what games are most popular? Could D&D kind of be overshadowed by Marvel? You start looking at Hasbro, and they're publicly traded, so you can look up all their like revenue, and you could probably find out how well their products are doing. Same with Marvel. Marvel might not be public. Is Marvel public? They're part of Disney, so they I guess they are, right? No, are they a subsidiary or a division? I'm not sure how that works out. Because if they're like Wizards, they don't have to report jack. Well, Wizards does now because they're part of, like, they are a division of Hasbro. So they have to report on sales numbers. I don't know, man. It's just an interesting time. Like, golden era. Yeah, it's going to get even more interesting. Victor says some of those older settings may be too niche. Gen X can buy in, but do younger players even care about things like G.I. Joe? Yeah, I know. That's right. Because when's the last time G.I. Joe was out? Movies? G.I. Joe movie? Thought maybe video. A lot of videos? VHS? I don't know. DVD? I don't know. Where's Ryan Costello when I need him? Riddell says, I teach urban kids. Marvel is huge all over. Urban kids know nothing about Harry Potter. Interesting. Well, let's face it. There's more Marvel than Harry Potter. Books, movies. I mean, Marvel, they have Harry Potter Land, which I'm sure is huge, but they also have Marvel. Like, that, don't Marvel have their own little stake at Disney down there in Florida? That's interesting, though, that urban kids know nothing about Harry Potter. Well, and I think that Marvel's continuing, right? Marvel's been around for a long time. They might not have been putting out movies, for 50 years. But the movies that they have been putting out, the TV shows that they've been putting out, Netflix even had, Daredevil, the four, Daredevil, Nick Cage, what was the other ones, the two, the fifth one, and then what's her, not Veronica Mars, the woman, it's terrible. But Harry Potter may just be, I remember I read those as kids' books, right? Maybe, who knows? It's definitely not role-playing games. Like there was Nubis. Was it Nubis? No. Somebody on the Discord. Oh, God. Names. I just need to stop referring to anything that has a name on it. Nelson, maybe? Somebody on our Discord was looking for a Harry Potter game. There isn't one out there. Like, there are some third party, there's Kids on Brooms, and, there's some other ones that come pretty damn close to being Harry Potter, and there's a lot of influence. Jason Morningstar, I think, did one. I think it was Jason, not Jason. Somebody else. Jared Sorensen, I think, did one. But I'm telling you, like, some of the, what are these going to do to the RPG hobby? And Marvel, holy cow, can you imagine the supplements Marvel would put out? Holy bejeebus. You just start putting characters that you can play in there, and like, hey, you want to play West Coast Avengers? Boom, here's the book. Here's the West Coast Avengers source book. I mean, you could get all the comic book nerds that aren't playing RPGs, I guess, to start playing RPGs. Hey, Jason, Pemberfoot, good to see you, man. Happy New Year. Urban kids have good taste then. Haha. So going back to the Star Wars component, Spider-Man and Black Panther are very empowering characters too. Man, Spider-Man, what's he up to? $1 billion? Like a few $1 billion already? The newest Spider-Man? Whoa. Victor, you remember the Fear the Boot interview with Ryan Dancy? Very interesting. Yeah, I would have to say it was probably their best episode with a guest on it, for sure. Like, I haven't listened to all of them, so I'm being kind of flippant about it, but it was a great interview. Looks like Fantasy Flight Games started the Star Wars license, according to Gabe, 2012. So 9 years. D20 had it from 2000 to 2007, so 7 years. Yeah. And there was worry that Fantasy Flight Games is going to lose the Star Wars license for the RPG. And then Edge got it and said, nope, we're going to print some of the stuff that we have that hasn't been reprinted. I'm going to put some more stuff out there. And I think they're going to tweak it. Maybe. I don't know. But they've got a lot tied up into the board game. However, all those licenses are different. Like, I think with Wizards, somebody else had the card game for Star Wars. But Wizards had the role-playing game. So they can say, like, all right, Fantasy Flight, Edge, this relationship is done on the RPG side. The board game side of Fantasy Flight could still do, all the board and miniature gaming, Armada, whatever else is over there. Marvel is actively producing new content. HP is not. Bingo, baby. HP is still all over too. Legos, video games, movies. Yep. Just doesn't resonate with young African-American boys like Miles Morales and Black Panther, for sure. Victor Wide it is, but not like Marvel. Okay. Jason, why they never did an HP setting based on the American School of Magic is missed opportunity to expand a dying franchise. Yeah. Riddell, just saying it's a big market and Marvel seems to have captured their attention like Star Wars did for my friend group when we were kids. Daredevil, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Jessica Jones. Thank you. Lucas. Just those Netflix specials were big and they're still cranking stuff out. Urban girls mostly care about social media, TikTok, and urban-themed dolls. Interesting. Pemberfoot says, that is how I got my reprint of the D6 Star Wars books. Love that system back in the day. Yeah, they even did a reprint of D6. Isn't that interesting? They didn't even do anything. They just like, hey, how did they get that? They must have got it from Lucas, right? Like, who owns it? West End's gone. Can we just get those files? Touch them up, OCR them, and we'll repackage it and sell it. They didn't have to do anything. Isn't that awesome? That's got to be money. Like, hey, what if we just go back and say, I don't know, second edition AD&D. We all come together, we rewrite it and sell it. Might run into a problem with that. I think I hear more girls interested in Spider-Gwen. I don't think I've ever heard a mention of Captain Marvel. Jessica Jones. Yeah, thanks, Lucas. Netflix, Marvel was so good. Sorry to see it go. Watched Black Widow last night. Excellent movie. Glad to see some of the characters come back, but it's still not R-rated Marvel like Netflix was. Yeah. Yeah, the Disney factor. Yeah. Can you imagine like Disney, Marvel, and what's his name? I can't remember freaking names, man. What is his name? It's like right in front of me. Deadpool. Jesus, man. Lord help me. I gotta start. No, I'm okay. We'll see. Anyways, Deadpool. Like, he's probably the edgiest character they have, right? And I don't think you can find Deadpool on Disney Plus. Glad to see some of the characters come back, but it's still not R-rated Marvel, yeah. It's crazy. Crazy. You know what? I'm going to grab a soda, man. I need something to drink. So I'm excited, whatever it looks like. Like I don't mind change. Even though I probably don't change that much. Really wish Boba Fett show had a Rogue One vibe. I think Rogue One came closest to dark adult Star Wars. Dude, you gotta wait till what's his name? Damn, his name. The guy from Rogue One. That's the movie. That's the series. What is it? Yeah. Not Andorin. What the hell? Oh, God. What is his name? Andor. That's going to be, that would be my hope that one's going to be the edgy one. Could be a Rogue Squadron. But then don't they mess up all these timelines? Like Kathleen Kennedy's like nixing these projects left and right. And then, I don't know. Like then a director leaves because they're not giving them enough creative latitude. Like it's just, God, you've got one of the biggest multimedia properties in the world. And it's just a cash cow. You get some Star Wars junkies that are like, on Twitter that just bash the shit out of it. But some of us are going to look beyond that and it's going to just do great. But Andor, Redelk, yeah. Deadpool and the Punisher. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's like, it's just, because I think, will parents lose their shit when Deadpool and Punisher are in the old, hey, let's go? I mean, is that too far? It's too far for kids? Is it the person-on-person thing? Is that it? Like, hey, if the Avengers beat up some weird freaking snaky thing that comes through the sky to ruin New York, it's okay. But if it's the Punisher and, taking it street level, like, is that where the line's drawn? Like, pseudo real violence is different than science fiction violence. Baby Yoda, bam. Baby Yoda shared Star Wars. It was in a death spiral. Saved it. You think so? Baby Yoda? I'll tell you what, my wife watched freaking Mandalorian. And it was, 3/4 of the way done. She got a sniff of the baby Yoda and was like, what's this about? Oh. Just a little squee here and a squee there. And she's like watching The Mandalorian. I asked her if she wanted to watch Boba Fett. No. I actually got her to watch some of the Star Wars prequels too. Like, what do you want to know more about this story? And da-da-da. Sure. And but it was like a slog for her. Can't find any Spider-Man movies to stream right now. Kind of nuts how that worked out. We had to rent all the old Spider-Man movies to get caught up for a new movie. Yeah, that's really pissing me off because I'd like to watch all. I don't think I've watched. I don't remember the last Spider-Man movie I watched. Is that Tobey Maguire? I don't know. I'm way behind on the Spider-Man franchise for sure. And it's just a streaming mess. Like, what a pain in the ass to catch up with those for sure. Rogue One, favorite Star Wars movie. Bam. You know the deal, Victor. Me too. Like, the thing was I liked it. And it could have been even better. That's the crazy thing. They could have went into some of those characters. Oh, at least it's set up if they want to do it. You don't care, Murdoch, you don't care about Baby Yoda? Get out of here. Want a badass, ruthless Boba Fett. No disintegrations. Baby Yoda, yeah. Punisher on Netflix was amazing. Can't Disney that. Pemberfoot, one character they won't bring over will be Punisher due to the gun violence, sadly. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't go with Frozen. Doesn't jam. Wayne Peacock, the proper noun curse is really hitting you hard. Oh God, Wayne, for sure. Thank you. It's I'm gonna be in bad shape in a few years. I'm sure a cure is right around the corner. You really can't Disney Punisher. PTSD is not a favorite of Disney. No. Redux says, also, only reason urban kids know Star Wars is Baby Yoda, at least the ones I work with. Interesting. Redux, highly recommend Andrew Garfield. Yeah, I don't. What was the Sandman? Was that with Maguire? I think it was. I don't think I've seen any Garfield Spider-Man. Anyways, the whole discussion here is these big movers, like Marvel is not Magpie Games. So even when Magpie has a multi-million-dollar Kickstarter for Avatar, The Last Airbender, who is going to leverage that property and put it where the masses can get it? Amazon, sure. And it's not even where you can get it as much as people knowing about it. We are in a weird hobby that doesn't, we're got to say some things to TSR. I mean, at least TSR put us in magazines to some degree, did a cartoon. Yeah, we've got some movies on the D&D side, but they're terrible. Did we do TV ads? I think we did, right? TSR did TV advertising. You could find some out on YouTube, the old, but it's a lot of money. You can't even get a publisher to pay a podcast. Let me rephrase that. I don't know if you can get a publisher. I don't know if you can get a publisher to pay a podcaster to run ads on their podcast. And there's a lot of podcasters that will do it for super cheap, and they will be around forever as long as the people are still paying their hosting bill. So Michael Aldhauser from, the Dice Bags that we did back in, episode 50s, we didn't go back and remove them. And Michael paid I mean, I don't know if he gets pinged for those. Like, hey man, I'm interested in a dice bag, dude. You know, or if his Etsy shop is he might be gone. No, he's not. Unless he's doing it on the side and not publishing it or promoting it. But I think some of these RPG publishers for them to pay a podcast $100 a month, I don't know if how much does that eat into their actual selling of the books? They may only make a few hundred a month. I don't know. So the ROI for them is just not there. I don't know how much Marvel will put into it. Like the thing with Marvel is even if they don't advertise their own RPG exclusively, they can roll it into everything else. They advertise a movie, put in the RPG at the end. Oh, if you're interested in this movie, now play your own Marvel game. Find a RPG, Marvel RPG here, you know. It could be short. They could do it with anything they advertise. Figures, books, comics. Every comic would have the RPG in it. And like that ROI may be well worth it for them because, you know, they built it in-house. They oversaw the budget in-house. They have all the freaking art budget you could possibly imagine. I mean, all right, we're going to have you do a Marvel role-playing game. We're going to have you do a role-playing game and you have an unlimited art budget. Go nuts. And oh, by the way, not only do you have to like go and source it, we have it all over here. This huge vault of all the art Marvel has ever done that we own, you can use. Enjoy. Like, if you're the art director, you're like, I mean, that is this Marvel role-playing game, man, is interesting. It's even Wizards of the Coast has to outsource a lot of their art. So I don't know. Well, I'm really interested to see how this shakes things up, man. But you know, past Marvel RPGs, I don't know. They haven't been like, oh my god! Like there's the Cortex system one that Margaret Weiss did, and Cam Banks. There's Phaser Rip, the TSR days when Marvel was popular back then, sure, but not like at the level it is now. What other Marvel games? There's probably a few other RPGs, right, that did Marvel. So I don't know. System's got to be somewhat good. It's got to. And how many people were running like, hey, we'll just use Hero, we'll use Masks, we'll use Mutant, the Green Ronin superhero book by Steve Kenson, Mutants and Masterminds. Hey, we'll just, we'll use that to do our Marvel stuff. I don't know. We have a D&D movie coming soon starring Chris Pine. Dude, we had Jeremy Irons. That guy is no slouch. Now we're going to throw Chris Pine in there. It's going to be like every actor has like, don't look at all this shit that I did that, over here. Here's like my resume. And I got a feeling that Chris Pine is not going to list D&D on his IMDb if he had a choice. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. The movie, I've said this before, the D&D movie, I think has got to be less about D&D, the game, and more about an IP. So it's either got to be about Drizzt or I don't know, Dragonlance failed too. And I don't know how Dragonlance got off the ground and how much Wizards was involved with that one, but I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know if D&D can be a good movie. Period. End of discussion. I don't know. It hasn't been. Period. Like, it hasn't been. So you throw, like, here's the deal. You throw a good actor at a shitty movie, guess what? It's still a shitty movie. Marlon Brando's been in shitty movies. Dude, Featherfoot, man. You are like stretching that one, buddy. Hey, Dorigo. Morning. Forgot what day it was. Yeah. Heard that's going around. Oh, man. Modern fantasy art is so weak, in my opinion, Pemberfoot says. Yeah. Vintage fantasy art was art. Told a story, took talent to create, and they knew how to paint a background into their artwork. Well, and there's a difference when you got Caldwell, Elmore, Parkinson, easily on staff, and you do that all day, every day. Like, how crazy is that? Unless you're like a comic book place like Marvel, right? Like, that was nuts. And not to mention, like, DiTerrizzi, right? I say his name right? And some of those other guys. Like the documentary. Have you guys seen the documentary? The D&D art documentary on Prime? Amazon Prime? You should. I imagine most of you have got Amazon Prime. Go over there and check it out. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it. D&D movie is a Forgotten Realms attempt at a new franchise. Oh, God. Oh. Shiver. VC. Morning. Happy 2022, buddy. Eberron would be an interesting setting for the D&D movie. Ooh, it would be, but is Eberron on its own little island? Part of me is like, there are Eberron fans. Great. Those Eberron fans may play other Forgotten Realms, Greyhawk, whatever, played D&D in the old days, moved over. But I don't think it's flipped. I don't think you can get a lot of the other folks to necessarily see Eberron as an appeal fantasy. Like they just, no, it's too high magic. Magic is technology. No. Airships. What? Lightning rail. Huh? No. And I get it. Trust me. Like, hey, I'm Spelljammer guy, or not Spelljammer guy. So I, one could say, we should be Spelljammer. Like, no. Redel said, I had high hopes for the Warcraft movie. I no longer have high hopes for fantasy movies. I think the fantasy movie, I think the D&D movie we had was the Lord of the Rings series. My wife watched all those movies, and she doesn't do RPGs or fantasy books. I don't know. Probably didn't help that, Aragorn was there and Orlando Bloom. Forgotten Realms because it's more culturally diverse as well as the most popular setting. Well, it is, yeah, it's because they've been slamming Forgotten Realms down our throats for. It was the default setting for 3.0, right? I'm with you on the D&D IP comment for a movie. The movie has to be about something more than the game. Hugh Grant as Forge Fletcher in the D&D movie. Gabe says, laughing. I'm telling you, it's, dudes, dudettes, you gotta lower the expectation. You gotta be plan 9 expectations to see the D&D movie. You gotta go watch Plan 9. Watch all the shittiest movies you've ever seen before. Then go watch the D&D movie and pray it doesn't like slide into one of those rankings. Willow's a good one, yeah. Those just don't get made anymore. Didn't age well. Oh, interesting. Out of the way, Peck. Bet you the movie's setting with Forgotten Realms. Pretty sure it is, Wayne. I would imagine. Eberron could have been the setting for Arcane League of Legends if WotC and Hasbro actually knew what to do with their IPs. Look how popular that show is. They could do an Eberron movie, but they almost have to do it as Eberron. Like it's just like, in the past, there was fantasy movies. Now, witness one with high-octane action, plots, pulp, noir, whatever. They got to pitch it, like spin it, get a core cast of characters that you actually care about, that have some substance to them, get a bunch of unknowns. That's the thing, too. Like, hey, Chris Pine, Jeremy Irons, I don't know, try to get people. Game of Thrones, I had heard of like 0 actors in that show. Sean Bean, I know that guy. He's awesome. Sean Bean. Wait a minute. Season 1, what's going on here? No. Like, that whole series was full of people I had never heard or seen of before. Didn't make it a shitty series. I don't know, man. I don't know. Love it. Kids are great. Val Kilmer, great. Dark, scary fantasy. Above Morta. Gabe says, looking at Wikipedia, the new D&D has had its release date put off 3 times. I haven't seen one D&D movie. None. 0. Not one. And I don't know if I'll see the next one. How weird is that? We're role-playing gamers. I don't want to see a D&D movie. It scares me. FR is just so bland, the movie would do better if they went with a more focused setting, says Victor. DC's, I think because we got the Lord of the Rings the way we did, making a D&D movie is going to be a challenge. Yeah, man. Jackson, that guy deserved every dime, every award. I mean, I think, selling a trilogy and the release dates and working with the Tolkien estate and, I imagine I thought there was a budget issue too. Like, this thing's going to be way over budget. Yep, it is, or that the studios were going to pull the funding and all this stuff. And, he was going to personally mortgage. I don't know if all that, the personally mortgage thing, I don't know if that's true, but they're like, yeah, you guys got to take a risk on this, and it's going to be like huge. And it paid off. I don't know if D&D is that. Who's directing that? I don't even know who's directing it. Not that matters, but I'm like, not who, like, oh, it's Sean or Gabe or blah, 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 or, Eileen. I'm talking about who at the core. Like, is that person a gamer, nerd, fantasy person? Because if it's just another director. Chris Pine, has he played D&D? Like Joe Manganiello. Despite what you think of him as an actor or some of the roles he's played or who he is as like a D&D advocate, at least the guy loves and has a passion for D&D. Like, I can't imagine he wouldn't step up to say, dude, I want to be in that movie. I don't care what you don't have to pay me. I got to be in that movie because I love D&D. It's awesome. It's like the actors that want to become want to be in Star Wars movies, and they're like, we don't have a role for you. Put me in a stormtrooper outfit. Okay. Jason Sudeikis was a freaking scout trooper on The Mandalorian. Right? Who else? They're like, wasn't James Bond? Daniel Craig? I thought he was like a stormtrooper in like one of the later movies. They just want to be part of the Star Wars. Arcane is totally Eberron. Great show, highly recommended. I'll have to check it out. Finished Arcane. I think Eberron or Dark Sun would be cooler than Forgettable Realms. Hey, hello, Wayne. Yes, I said it. The FR nostalgia train has left the station and it makes money for them. Victor says all 3 Lord of the Rings movies were filmed at the same time, which wasn't something done at their time either. Right. Yes, good point. Like he shot them all at the same, like when they wrapped, I think they wrapped like all 3 of them. I don't know. I can't remember if there's a documentary. There should be. There's probably a behind the scenes. I mean, those DVDs are like, what is it, like 20 hours of movies and special scenes and stuff? Like the movies were themselves extended to like 3.5 hours each. Crazy. But yeah, that's a hard sell for a production studio, right? Like, okay, let me get this straight. You don't want to do one movie and see how it does so we can gauge the demand for the last 2. You want to do all 3, and you want us to fork over the money for all 3 up front. I don't think so. Who's behind that originally? Was that the creepy guy from the creepy guy? Weinstein? Anybody see The Matrix? Oh. Yeah. I'm not familiar with League of Legends or Arcane, so I gotta figure all that out. D&D movies produced by Paramount Pictures and directed by the 2 guys who did the movie Game Night. Jonathan Goldstein and John Francis Daly. Yeah. What is a good D&D movie? Oh, that's right. Back to the Future did in the 80s. Not common for sure. They didn't shoot all of them, right? Didn't they? Maybe they shot 2 after the first one? I guess after the first one, if you have a blockbuster first one, then the second 2 are probably not hard. Like it's like signing on for 2 albums. Like, these guys are proven. I don't know. Good conversation. Let me grab a soda quick. Crack, crack, crack. Hey. That's a soda being opened. ASMR. ASMR? Whatever. It's probably sprayed soda all over my expensive microphone. Thanks for pepping up the chat today. I know. So I was going to make a site for Forbidden Lands. I didn't have a lot for an outline to go off of, so the conversation has helped significantly. Thank you very much. Arcane. So is this an actual play that you guys are talking about? What are we talking about? Arcane. Arcane. What is this Arcane? I need to know more. Herman Sanders. Good to see you, man. Happy 2022. I should probably move my chat up so it looks like I'm actually talking to you guys when I talk. There we go. Probably helps. I'm looking down. Also, the director of Lord of the Rings was only known for horror at that time. Yeah, Jackson. Who is that guy? I'm telling you, he pulled it off. And he just did the Beatles, right? Just produced that, directed it. Maybe, VC says, maybe we can't get a good D&D movie because everyone's D&D definition and game is different. Perhaps. Do a Netflix series? That's not a bad idea. Oh, it is a Netflix series. Arcane is. Animated. Ooh, League of Legends. Okay, all right. Oh, it's one. Okay. Now I know what you're talking about. League of Legends video game. Yes, got it. Everybody on Twitch is playing it. And they created an animated movie for it called Arcane that's on Netflix. Sean is now up to speed. See, you just got to put the needle in the right spot. I got to say, I was not remotely interested in watching anything based off of a video game. But if you guys say it's good, I don't know, maybe. Herman said it took them about 6 years to do it, and the next season is going to be out by 2023. Feels like Eberron, I agree. Okay, now you guys have my curiosity piqued. You've piqued my curiosity. Congratulations. Congratulations. Steampunky. Know nothing about League, but the show is awesome. Wow. Sean is right. Back to the Future 2 and 3 were shot at the same time. Thanks. K-Rise. Good morning. Happy 2022. Does feel like Eberron. Good call. Oh, now you guys got me all... I might not have to watch it now. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You guys get excited about anything in 2022? Anything excite you? Like, I can't wait till this Kickstarter arrives. Man, I'm super stoked. Can't wait to watch this movie. It's been on the burner for so long. I gotta say Andor's be cool. That's slotted for 2022, I think, if it's still updated and correct. Lando. They haven't even announced the date for that. Kickstarters. I'm waiting for the Forbidden Lands one to arrive. I did kick Mothership, but Mothership I can run tomorrow and be fine. Like, I don't need the Kickstarter to run that. Michael Holland, good to see you. Happy 2022. Mentioned midnight at the top of the hour. Even though I don't think that's going to be 2022. Maybe it won't even get out next year. Book of Beast, yeah. Link to pics from upcoming D&D movie. Oh, God. Sean had homework for this week, watching Arcane. Well, apparently I do now. Primal Kickstarter, K-Rai says. Primal Kickstarter. The Awakening. Primal The Awakening. Is that what we're talking about? Deck crafting boss battler board game. Let me tee up on that. A fully cooperative deck crafting boss battler board game featuring card-driven tactical combat and large-scale miniatures. £2 million, holy shit, or euros. Like I can read foreign currency, obviously. 2 million euros, holy shit. Out of Italy. Wow, that's... Come on, man. Whoa, what am I doing here? Ah, there we go. Primal The Awakening, huh? I can probably say this. If it's a game where you have to play face to face, it is probably going to lose on Sean's end. Because I don't know when this guy is going to get back to face gaming. I have not done it yet. So miniatures, not going to happen. Delk says knock. Laramie was reading knock. Lots of good video games. I haven't played. I'm not a video game guy. I got too old. I got crusty. I don't play video games anymore. Zine Quest keeps getting better and better. Hoping some awesome ones this year. Zine Quest. Pemberfoot says 2022. My buddy is DMing a game in our homebrew setting. I will DM a few one-shots in the world between his long campaign. Updated final Mythold map just got uploaded in PS Discord. Cool. You did. That's right. Pemberfoot came over and posted a map, and everybody was really impressed with it. Cool. Want to paint those big minis. Yeah. Pemberfoot. Sean, 2 million floopish coins. Floop. There's only one currency in the world. It's the mighty dollar. No, just kidding. Remember the days of the mark. The franc. Kickstarter is now oversaturated with miniatures, board games. There's just too many to keep up with. Thanks to COVID, my mini collection, big one, is collecting dust, sadly. VC Old Man Podcast at Clouds. Michael, are there any miniature games you want to play? Sean, one of my buddies and I once fired up a Star Wars minis game using Roll20 to play online. It actually worked quite well. No painting required. Well, and there's the other one. What's the big one? It's around. Is it still around? It's proper noun again. Start with F. Oh, God. What is the... It's not Foundry. It's not Forge. It's the one you use for miniatures gaming. Oh, God. It's going to drive me crazy. Oh, man. What is it? What is it? We used to use it, I think, on occasion. Excuse me. V? Did it start with V? V or F? Shit, maybe both? Come on, man. Help a brother out. Somebody's going to put it out there and be like, yes, that's the one. It doesn't have the rules, but I think there are mods that you can use for it. And I thought we were contemplating using it for D&D miniatures back in the day. It might not even be around anymore. God, blast it all. Shoot. Battle rounds, no. Hero Forge. Jeez. It's going to drive me nuts. Nuts. I don't... See, Sirenscape, no. No. Hero Lab, no. PC Gen, no. Fight Club, no. Jeez, none of this is right. Come on. Oh, it was right in my head. Just saw it go up. Shit. Shit. What is it? Crap. Not Fantasy Grounds. It's like literally just, I think it's just a grid. Maybe you can use maybe you could use BattleTech on it, like BattleTech Online Simulator. I don't think that's it. How do you play BattleTech? I'm pretty sure it starts with a V. Maybe that's my Google search. Miniatures Online starts with a V. I should come up with something. This comes up. Vassal. God damn it, Wayne. Thank you. Vassal. That thing's still around. Is Vassal still around? Vassal. There it is, Vassal engine. And it's gotta be robust as hell now. Like, it's been around for a while. But play board games virtually. Get Vassal. So going back to the question is, hey, Sean, is there any miniatures game you would like to play? And the quick answer is, I don't know. I don't think so. Like, I don't have a burning desire to play a miniatures game. The last miniatures game that I really, really invested in, this will make you guys laugh, I think was D&D. The D&D miniatures game. I've bought a couple Warhammer things. I actually bought Bolt Action starter set. Never played it. I bought Flames of War rulebook and a artillery battery from Platoon. Flames of War. Like, I don't think I've ever even completed a lot of those. Never played. I don't know. So, yeah, when somebody's like, when I say, well, I'll never play miniatures because it requires being face to face, it's not like I've got 5 Warhammer armies over here either. And you know what? Victor did say Vassal. Sorry. Must have looked right over it. Yes, it was Vassal. Thank you, Victor and Wayne. Why is there no new Ghostbusters RPG game? don't know. I don't know, Pemberfoot. We're small fry. We're small. We like, oh, we're going to create a Ghostbusters video game. Okay. We're going to sell 10,000 copies. Meh. Not worth it. I don't know. What a pain in the ass. I'm gonna give Chad a stroke. Oh God, I am a mess. Let's be a mess together. Let's be a mess together. We need it now than ever. I don't know. Let's be a mess together now. He'll read the chat eventually. So, come on, guys. All right. Now, my brother got almost to national level on Star Wars X-Wing. That is right. X-Wing was the last one. X-Wing was the last miniatures game I ever played. Face to face. And here's the thing. I was really tempted to go all in because it's really cool. Like lots of cool ships. I like it. I like how it plays. That would be the one I'd play because I enjoyed it. But it is not cheap. And here's my one. I've got the big Corvette up there. I think that's my biggest purchase of that game. So I would say Star Wars X-Wing. Yeah, for sure. That would be fun. So that would be my answer. Thank you for reminding me that it exists. But then, Sean has a time problem. Because some of these require some investment. Like even if it's just a pickup game. Doing this stream, I could probably get off fast though. Doing this stream is easy. I can get up on a Saturday and you guys tune in. Thank you. But it's easy. Like I don't have to coordinate anything. Brett, we do a podcast, Gaming and BS. Hey man, we got a show. I know, can't make it on Monday. All right, cool. Can we do a Tuesday? Fine. It's like scheduling a game, right? How many people can you get to the game table? So it's always just a kind of a major pain in the ass unless you have it pre-scheduled. And so if somebody said, hey, Sean, if you really want to do miniatures, man, I know we got a couple guys that really want to do X-Wing again. And we'd love to squeeze you in or do something. Be like, yeah, and then I got to commit to something steady. And then it's like, but Sean wants to run more role-playing games. He wants to stream some of those role-playing games. He wants to get this channel off the ground. And all that stuff takes time. Sucks it up. That's the drawback. That's the problemo for sure. I think some of these D&D minis games are on stream, but I've not looked in a while. Sean, D&D miniatures game. Old night, you have chosen poorly. I did X-Wing. Battletech has interested me too. Like there are some good miniatures games that I've always kind of been interested in. Like I bought Battletech. I think I still have. God, I might have the original box. FASA Battletech. Hold on a second. Look at this. The original, man. Original second edition. Guess it's not original. FASA. Yeah. I think I have everything in here. Maybe even more. I haven't been in this box since... it's been quite some time, let me tell you. I don't even know where I'm looking. And I think I've played Battletech once, and it was at a con. And these are sheets. So I can almost guarantee you just by the feel of the paper. I know this is going to sound weird, but back in the day, we didn't have printers. We didn't have computers a lot. And I would take, my buddy's mom, Jeff, I've talked about on the show on occasion. His mom worked for the state. And we would always give her shit to take to work to photocopy. And she would always ask us, like, how many and whatever. And she would come back, and it would always be the same kind of weight paper. Like, it's this kind of weird texture, weighted paper. And that's what this is, I'm pretty sure. Like, this is the armor diagram. And just, like... And she, you know... Should we get the original back? And this is, I think, the original. Because the original here... Is it? Yeah. Right? So I think these are all the same. It's just... And then the rest has nothing on the back, and they're just single sheets. A little show and tell today. And then this, so the other sheets, this aren't even Mac. Oh, these are, okay, so these are Battletech character sheets. And then I have another stack here. Mech Warrior character sheets. Which means, because I'm like, God, this box seems a little heavy. I got the Mech Warrior rulebook. This thing is in pristine condition, man. Well, yeah. There's a little gash on the back, but it's very... You can see it like right up here. I mean, this thing is like... I don't know if that's even worth anything. Battle Mech training sheet. Oh, yeah. See, so I bought some of the stuff. Secession Wars. Hussey would be proud. This is like a poster. I think I had this hanging on my wall. So I think they're yeah, these are the factions. Oh, this is the map, the galaxy map. Oi, oi, oi. And then on the back has the people. This is in pretty good damn shape. There's like no holes. Could have swore, yeah, well, as a matter of fact, there are holes. There's pinholes in the corners where I tacked it onto my wall. But they still seem in good shape. The creases aren't all nasty and ripping. Not bad, huh? And then I still have the 2 dice in here. I'm surprised they didn't make their way into something else. The tag board. Hex. Got some chits broken out. And some haven't even been broken out. Some have. Like I don't think I ever played this. Got the little plastic stands. Yeah, not bad. Don't need to buy this game. John, that's old rules though, man. You gotta get the updated rules. I mean, this rulebook, not a ton to it. What is it? 20, 34... 37 pages? 38? 40, final answer. 40 pages. The box is super good condition. Never played it. Played it once. I think it was like Chad Parrish at one of the... It's a convention. Hey, you want to play? Oh, sure. Got knocked out pretty quick. Corners all pretty decent. Back's not all caved in. Yeah. It's funny because that box, there were like a few games in my library. I never knew what happened to them. Like, where did they go? They disappeared. I moved around a few times. Who the hell knows? They're not at mom's. It was like Star Trek FASTA, Top Secret SI, Battletech, Star Trek simulation combat game, and then like the F-14 air simulator by, I don't know, SPI Games or something like that. It's like trying to fly a freaking jet plane. Like, how could you take flying a multi-million-dollar F-14 plane and put it in a box? And that's what it was like. I was like, this shit's too much for me. The X-Wing game, Starship game or board game. I can't remember. I think I have that over there too. I'd have to double check. And my dad called me, and this didn't happen that long ago, probably within the last 7 or 8 years, maybe 10 years. He's just like, hey, I got some stuff over at the house. You want to check it out? I'm like, yeah. And sure enough, there they all were. My Car Wars stuff, a Red Trapper Keeper, Battletech, Star Trek. And I'm like, boom, just boom, out of nowhere. It's fantastic. Now I got to put my dice back. There you go. Yeah, I think I got this one. Star Warriors. Starfighter Combat in the Star Wars universe by WEG. And I don't think I ever played this thing either. Look at this thing. Look at that. Nice, huh? High budget, black and white. Rules of play. This thing is 30, 40, 41 pages. 46. It's got the kind of the move tables. And look at this, a pad of sheets. Oh, there's some ripped off. Oh, there were, we did fill out some of this. Oh my God. 1, 2, I got 3 sheets that have been ripped off with numbers in them. I gotta say, my handwriting looks similar back then than it does now. These are the sheets. I wonder how good this game actually plays. And then a pad of them. And then... Something crazy. I don't even know how this game works. Chits are broken out, but they're in a tray that have a plastic. Must be all the markers. These are the chits for the ships. Some that say shield, aux power 1, action. Some have target. Wouldn't that be funny if this was the X-Wing game before it was even X-Wing? Nobody just knew it. They just copied the damn rules. Hex map. What? This is not right. There's a Star Trek symbol on this. Oh no, they're just arrows. And then, check this out. Gotta be careful. Asteroid card. None punched out. This thing is like index card thin. Maybe even thinner. $1987. Copyright. Got all the D6s in here. I got 6 D6s. All white. Didn't unload this one. Pretty damn good condition. If this is all I had to have to play, it's complete. I can't imagine I lost anything in here. Rulebook, pad of sheets, some chits, hex map, and this like glossy reference card. Double slip, single slip, advanced game module slip. What kind of moves you gonna make, right? There you go. It would be cool to take this game, maybe, depends on how it rolls, right? Take this game and use the actual Star Wars miniatures in it. But then somebody would be like, well, why don't you just play X-Wing? It's probably easier. And you're right, it probably is. Faster, too. That's almost like a flight simulator. I'm not going to bust any more out. I got Star Trek Fast in there, too, but I'll wait to look at that later. And my top secret game. Anyways. It's pretty cool. Oh, shit, I forgot to put the dice in that one, too. All right. Game of Thrones miniatures look cool to me. Yeah, I don't know. I just never really got into a lot of miniature play. Cards and miniatures, I stayed away from. D&D miniatures, I was all in. I got like... So that's one of the things I'd like to do in 2022 is take all my D&D miniatures and sort them by set. Because I think I'm short. I don't think I have a completed set of anything. But I know I'm like literally 3 to 5 miniatures short on some really... if the prices have held up, probably some pretty good gold. Specifically Archfiends and the one before Harbinger. Harbinger was a big one because I think that was a double set. I think I have everyone except for maybe 2. Then I would sell the set. With all the cards, probably sleeved, which I think most of them are, and then one of each miniature. And then the rest, I would probably get rid of. Like Brett's like, hey, you have miniatures sitting around you don't want, hey, here's a bundle of skeletons, here's a bundle of undead, whatever, go nuts. I don't know. The rares maybe sell on eBay, who knows. But, I mean, I was buying, whenever there was a release, I would get like 2 cases. And usually with 2 cases, you'd come close, but you'd never get a set. Like it would just be impossible. The only way you could guarantee a set, I think, from D&D miniatures was like buy 3 or 4 cases. Then you're pretty much guaranteed it. And then you'd have like 3 or 4 sets of, that's a lot. My buddy Peter Lee, man, he was a monster on that. Just getting, and then because he would help out Wizards at Gen Con, they would give him extra boosters and boxes and cases, so even more than he bought. And then he ended up working there, but that was after D&D's miniatures have gone bye-bye. Like he worked on Underdark, I think, that one miniatures game. but not a ton. And then it was kind of, and then as I think some of the later releases, Angel Fire maybe, or some of those old, like not way back, I just stopped buying. I don't know. So like maybe I got a case, and maybe a couple extra boosters because we were playing in a tournament or something, but nothing too seriously. But I got a lot to get rid of those there. I loved it. I loved the game. Met a lot of good people. One of my home groups I met through D&D miniatures. A lot of the people I know to this day is because I went to a game store and played D&D minis and didn't know anybody there. And some of them work for Wizards. Chris Tulak is one of them. And I played with proper nouns, man. Jason Bullman, who's at Paizo. Yeah, the copier, man. That was just, and it would be like, all right. And she would be like, I'm not printing off 300 copies of this. We're like, please, just print as many as you can. And she'd like, 25 or 30 or something. And back in the day, I mean, you had AD&D. That's what we played. That was our go-to. And we'd have the yellow sheets, right? You get the yellow booklet with each character class having their own kind of, because, you'd have some overlap. Like, I think Illusionist, Druid were on one. The Wizard or Magic User had one. Or it was Magic User, Illusionist, Druid. Then you had Thief, Fighter, Paladin on one. And so we needed multiple sheets, right? Like, hey, I'm low on Paladin, man. Can you get some Paladin Fighter ones? Yeah, sure. And then they'd come back and they wouldn't be yellow. We'd like, boo. Or we'd try to get yellow paper and give her yellow paper to photocopy. And then we'd get that back and be like, whoa, yeah, now we got more. Like, we got the same ones, the originals, yeah. And remember, back in those days, I think they did they do the blue ink to foil copiers? I thought they did. I thought that was the rumor of why a lot of TSR maps were blue. I'm not sure. Copiers had a hard time picking it up. So you just put it in there and it would like be all black. I don't remember, but yeah, man. Mom always printed stuff at the bank. Yeah. That matrix printer. Yike. Yeah, it's not mint, but I'll tell you what, these are pretty nice games. And frankly, they may not be worth shit. Star Warriors, I could take it to Noble Knight and they could give me jack shit for it, and they could actually, let's take a gander, shall we? Let's see what just out of shits and giggles, as we say here in the Midwest. Star Warriors. There it is. I can't see it. $125 is their price. So that's the game. 1987 published. I bought it back in probably 87, maybe 88 at the latest. Where did the price go? Did I zoom too far out? Yeah, I did. Yeah, $125 right here. Still kind of small. Condition fair /EX. Only one left in stock. Our price, $125. I bet you Noble Knight would probably give me maybe $30 for it. I don't know. It would be something completely obnoxious. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. eBay. I don't even know if it's on eBay. There's it. There it is. It's $80. That's pretty decent. If that's they didn't punch any out. Well, there's a couple. The destroyers got punched out. Map looks good. Yeah. 66s. I don't know if those shits got punched out or if they came like that. They might have come in the tray. I'm not sure. I'd be surprised if they did. But yeah, that's pretty good shape considering $80. It might be the only one that's on there. Oh, there's a couple more. $100. Here's the rule book, $10. One for 75, one for 160. So it's not impossible to get. And the funny thing is, you'll click on one of these, and it's probably at Noble Knight. So let's see. This one for 125. Noble Knight Games. There you go. They're selling their one copy on eBay for the same price as in shop. Isn't that funny? There's one for 60. Box looks pretty good. Oh, they did have all the chits. Oh, look at that. Chit's not even broken out. And what is this thing? There's another game guide in there? Do you see that with Vader? I don't know what game that is. I don't think that's part of it, though. This thing right here. I don't think that's it. Let's see what it says in the box. Game contains color space map, 80 full color ship counters, and 100 game markers. Cardstock sheet of asteroids and star destroyers. Pad of ship's log record sheets. Stand-up charts and table screen. 32-page booklet. Counter storage tray, 6 dice. That's an extra they're throwing in there. That's something else. They think that's part of the game, but it's not. Yeah, Game Master screen for 2nd edition. This is not part of that game. Just throwing it in there. I don't think mine came with this because it doesn't come with cards. It's got the 66. Maybe this one was a previous edition? I don't know. Anyways, there you go. So it's can be worth a few bucks, but nothing crazy. Nothing like my Knights of the Old Republic Saga edition, which is pretty bonkers, I think. Let me see. Knights of the Old Republic Saga edition. There it is. Well, that's actually not too bad at 180. Thought it was much more than that. I thought it was even like 400 at one point. 180. Funny thing is, probably one of them is at Noble Knight. Still crazy. Anyways. Battlestar Galactica one. Buddy of mine Jimmy was big into the Star Trek one before X-Wing. Right? Because Star Trek, X-Wing followed the rules of the Star Trek game. Star Trek Combat. He played that quite a bit. X-Wing has Wings of War, a World War I, World War II playing game. It had been out for years before X-Wing came out. Star Wars, yeah, 125 fair condition. Did you really play a lot of tournaments? Big cons? Oh, interesting. So Noble Knight wanted that for the OSE box. Really? Silly. What'd they want? Did they really? They get, they're right in my backyard, but I cringe taking anything to those guys. But then I don't want to deal with eBay or posting in and going to the post office. Old school essentials. Rules tome. Holy cow. Are you freaking kidding me? Wow, $340 for the black box. Wow, that's something. Oofta. 340 bones. One left. For just the rules tome, first printing. I guess I must. They want 235. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. I got the one with the wizard on it, which is probably the second printing, which is probably after the Kickstarter, right? Let's see if they have it listed. See, I thought I got the box set, but maybe I don't think I did. I think I just got the rule. When do I got it? Yeah, I think I just got the original, just the rules tome with the wizard on it. I didn't get the box. Then you could get the one with the silver, like the silver embossed. I actually like this one better. The color. And then I got in on the Kickstarter, which are the advanced fantasy ones. Because I think the box set is the slipcase with the 4 different books in it. That's this basically broken down into 4 books. And I'm like, I don't want 4 different books. Give me all of them at once. But yeah, I didn't think it was that high. Jeez. They are cute little tomes. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, like show and tell today. Way over time. I did take my dogs out earlier today, but I think I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon. We've been streaming for a long time. You guys have been sitting around harassing me for a while. Victor says, I've been working on my James Bond collection. What? And eBay recently got a couple really nice boxes so far. I heard a lot of people that are like top secret fans. James Bond was the bomb. I never played. Volo's Guide. Yeah, man. For sure, Victor. Volo's Guide's nuts. The limited edition. That's like the highest one. That for cost or price, I think. No. Yes, the black and silver, right? It's one of the first ones. Yeah, this is freaking insane. $750. $635, $720. Dude, me personally, I would sell it and just get the regular copy and call it a day. Because what's going to potentially happen is they reprint it, and that's going to be worth a shit. And $950. That's crazy. $1,600? $1,600. That bitch better be signed by everybody on the project. They're just throwing it up there to see what they can get. But that's what I would do. $1,200. I put it on eBay for something, $1,000. See if somebody takes it. Maybe in between some of these high ones and low ones. Here's ones for $1,600, and then there's ones for like $700. Put it up there for $9. As long as it hasn't been used, call it a day. I think I've got a few of those Rhyme. Like all the limited edition stuff. Just throw it up there, and then if I need them, just go and buy them. But that is insane in the membrane. Oh! I guess you have to keep all your games, Sean. No, dude. I have room on my gaming shelf in that gaming closet that's over there, which is surprising. But I got rid of a few things. There's every once in a while it enters my brain like, oh, did I ever get rid of that? I hope not. Like one was a Shackled City by Paizo. When I did Dungeon, I'm like, did I get rid of that? Because that's not a bad thing to keep. Games Plus. Victor says, I got the Volo's Guide the day before release from a guy at Gamehold 4. He's from Games Plus. Yeah, some of those guys that ran DAL at some Gamehold, they would get, I think Doc might have got his copy from Gamehold Con. I can't remember. I don't, maybe they gave they might have given him that special edition, all the DMs. Because at the time it was like, yeah, it's coming out here, you can get it in a game store. But yeah, it's crazy. And it is a pretty kick-ass cover. I mean, it's probably one of the best alternate covers, I think. Doc's got his place in the basement. He's got this on a shelf. And it's kind of dark because he got the table lights kind of coming down on the table we'd play. And then his bookshelf's kind of off, kind of in a corner here, like even behind me, like in a corner. And you pull out Volo's Guide, and if there's no light on there, you can barely see like the etching. It's so dark. Saw an article on Forbes about the rate of return for people who collected old Lego sets that are out of print are insane. Twitter, true story. Something happened on Twitter. I don't remember what it was. It was like in response to a post like, hey, something. And the guy's like, I went to college with a guy, my roommate, and his dad bankrupted the family by collecting Beanie Babies. And he did a film on it. And I said, that'd be one I'd be interested in seeing. And he's like, here you go. He posted a link. And it was to a YouTube video. And the film was probably 10 minutes. It was a very short film. And I think he must have done it as like maybe as part of a film class, maybe he was in. I probably would have done it a little bit differently because, it didn't do a lot of B-roll, and it interviewed members of the family, like must have been his two brothers, his mom and his dad, but didn't go into like how crazy the Beanie Baby crash or the Beanie Baby market was. Every once in a while, he would do like a cut to college tuition, like college tuition per year, $6,000. And then he would go back to interviewing somebody. He would talk about it. And then a few minutes later, he would cut to a black screen with text, on how much his dad spent on Beanie Babies. And I mean, it was like $50,000 or something crazy. and now they're not worth anything. The dad's still holding it out. Like his plans are to probably give it to his kids, and hopefully they'll be worth something by that time. But he I think didn't realize when he was buying a lot of those, they were at the height of the market. And now he's like, they're not worth jack. But it's so crazy that you mentioned collecting those Lego sets and all this. Like, some of these people buy a butt ton of like these things like Legos or Beanie Babies, Cabbage Patch Kids, or crazy stuff. And then like even RPGs to some degree. And then it's like, wah, wah. Like Horror on the Orient Express. I mean, that thing was going for $500 for Call of Cthulhu's box set. Had the Kickstarter, came out, people got it. It's a huge amount of material. You can get it on drive-through for $60 in PDF. Not the same. Still $500. And then boom, Chaosium decides to re-release it. OSE is still out of print as near as I can tell. I've been eyeballing for nearly a year and it's always out of stock. Crazy. Yeah. It's nuts. It's nuts. Unless you're like dedicated Alex Kammer who wants 2 copies of every every TSR module that's ever come out specific to AD&D, even though I think he even has basic and expert. Unless you're and you want like mint condition, and his are all, I think, in factory pre-sealed wrap. And you got a lot of money. Great. I know there's a lot of RPGers that fancy themselves collectors, which may be the case, but I wouldn't lump them in the same. I think Brett mentioned like, yeah, it's in my collection. Okay. But like that stuff's different than what Kammer's got going on. That guy's crazy. Crazy good. But to each their own, right? And I don't even know if Alex has the largest collection. I don't know. I couldn't do it. Like I just good stuff. My wife, if I die, or when I die, it's not if, when, where's all this stuff going to go? It'll be like garage sale, right? You guys can come to my house and be like, I know Sean's got some shit. You can get all of this for probably 50 cents. Hell, my wife might even just throw it out. Who knows? I would say I think Victor hit it on the head. If Gavin is going to do Dalemwood, it would only make sense for him to throw in add-ons for OSE. Like he would be, unless there's like some crazy cost that he just doesn't want to deal with and shipping and all that, he's got to throw those in there. Victor says, I'm a collector, so I can play the games. I don't expect a return. Probably wouldn't sell anyway. Yeah. What defines a collector, right? You could see. So you should be saying, Victor, I'm not a collector. Therefore, I play my games. Therefore, I'm not a collector, right? Yeah, I don't do it for monetary. Although I've thought of like, I'll buy these one copy of limited edition or the alternate print covers of these D&D games. Hold on to them for like 6 months and then sell them. But even, they're I don't think you're going to get anything like Volo's Guide. But what's the latest? Strix, did they do an alternate cover for Strixhaven? I don't think they did. Is it? Doesn't? Oh yeah, they did. They did. The purple one. Purple one's on eBay for $65, $80 right now. I think you could probably call an RPG store and probably still get that, right? It's pretty new. What about the one before it? I don't even remember what it's called. Cute. You should will your game collection. Yeah, I probably will. I'll probably let my buddies know. Or I'll let my wife know, like, hey, when I go, just call Jeff and Joe and blah, 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 whatever, and just let them know that you got a bunch of shit over here that Sean would want you guys to have. Have them come over, take them off my hands, and then the rest you take to a thrift store or something. I don't know. She's not going to know how much they're worth. You can go through eBay. It's just a major pain in the ass. Going through all this stuff. Like, this is worth something, this is worth nothing. They do alternate covers of everything. The only thing is that you got to be careful. Like, if you get Strixhaven and they don't sell a ton, then the alternate cover is not going to be worth jack. But, like, let's see Rime of the Frost Maiden. That's not that old. It's $100. I mean, would I pay for it 50, 60? Not a bad return. Every time you buy one, buy two. Sell one. You can always get it for what price, what the retail price is typically. They're never going to go down in value. Or will they? That's one I have. I've got Mordenkainen's. Tome of Foes, limited. That's 125, 250, 98. Like, they're all over the place. 150, 200. Right? 400. Come on. 200. And I've got the other one, Volo's. What's the fish guy? Xanathar. Yeah, Xanathar's up there. 300, 320, 400. Like, just sell it and then go and buy this one for 20. It's like, what? This is crazy. That's crazy. I'm going to hang it up. Hey, thanks for showing up today. Appreciate it. Happy New Year. Happy 2022. Bye 2021. Hope it brings everybody good things. Thanks for hanging out with me all this time. Really appreciate it. Monday, we're recording Gaming and BS as scheduled. We're going to do the rival parties, PC player character, rival adventuring parties. We didn't get to the topic last week. Got hung up on in a random encounter, extended random encounter. So we'll talk about that on the Gaming and BS YouTube channel live at 8 p.m. Central Time. Otherwise, you can join me on the Discord at the Gaming MBS Discord, gamingmbs.com/Discord. A lot of you are already members. Thanks. And if you're not, some good discussion over there. We share opinions, but there isn't a huge amount of your game sucks, my game's best talk. We're all pretty mature about the discussion over there, I would say. But yeah, I think that's all I have. Thanks so much. Again, thanks so much. I would say we'd see you in 2022, but I already am. So have a great rest of your day. Get some gaming in, and make sure you game now, because now all the holidays are over. You got to get into the games so that you get out of the, oh no, I got to go back to work and go back to the grind. Hey man, slide some games in there. Grind will be a lot better. All right. And remember, be a positive force in the tabletop RPG hobby. We'll talk to you later.